And we are live. And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the late night special. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world. And I appreciate that, and I appreciate all of you here. And tonight we'll be talking about you could be anywhere around the country, the world, or space, or anywhere in the galaxy. So this is the late night special, and some of you may be seeing this as a rerun. So thank you for watching. I'll be ranting about the trials that I saw today and about some other current events that are going on. And we'll talk about Friday the 13th, that it's technically where I am the 14th, but we'll talk about Friday the 13th as well. And now we'll be switching over to the other screen for a moment, and this is the wrong thing. I have to put this one out. Okay. All right. Right here. All right. Here we go. All right. So here I am. Hello, everybody. I hope everybody has had a very good week. We are closing out the week, and we're having our special of late night streams, and we have hello, Dwayne. Good to see you. I hope that you've been doing well, Dwayne. Thank you for stopping by and saying hello. And also hello to DJ and Sarah. Hello, Sarah. And shout out to Sarah. She has been missing in action for a while now, and finally she's back with us after some things went on, but we're glad to have her here again. And yeah. So I'll be starting the game in the moment, like I always do, and I'll talk about the different things that I was seeing today. And so there was two verdicts today in the trials, and there was one of the defendants was named, first name was Joseph. The last name I don't quite remember at the moment, but he deleted his wife in a gruesome way, and he seemed like he wanted to be the guy in charge. He seemed very sociopathic, psychopathic. Of course, those are two different things, but I'm kind of using them interchangeably. And so basically, he was found guilty today, and when the verdict was being read, it was very difficult to hear what was going on until the last person said guilty. And the other one, which this mother deleted her child, she was found guilty today as well. And we're glad to see those verdicts, because unfortunately with the other case, the other day was a hung jury, and we were not happy about that. And that was controversial. So basically, with the pirate game, they're telling me right now the servers are closed for an update. We'll be back up soon. So shout out to Pirates of the Caribbean Online. We will not be playing the pirate game. So we're just going to get into the other stuff. Of course, that body will be missing anything because it'll just be all right here. So that's good. Okay. All right. So we're just going to get right into it. Okay. So.
You can always check back to the game and see if
Right. Other displays. Shout out to the spaceship cats. All right. Yeah, shout out to the spaceship cats. All right. So switching the windows around a little bit. Right here. Bring the chat over here. Okay, we're gonna move some windows around. Okay, put that there so I can see what's going on there with the gears here. And finally, we have it like this. And now we have it. Alright, so basically, recently, just giving a little bit of an overview of what I was saying the other day is that first off, so we had Luigi the other day we're talking about, and the suspect in this case with the deletion of the CEO of United Healthcare, and there is a following of what he did. So there's people that are coming up that are saying they support what he did, and I think that there's been a lot going on in the country, and there's been people that have been having financial issues with the economy and things like that. So it's understandable that people would have a problem with that, and hopefully, I think it would be best for people to stray away from violence and to do things more in a peaceful manner to have the proper change that may be needed. And I think that it's an unfortunate where somebody nice and young has a lot going for them goes and wastes it like this because he had his whole life ahead of him, but now he is not. He was going to be in jail for quite a while. And his attorney is really goofy. He reminds me of the Penguin from the Batman movie. And all right, so I think he basically was. I'm about to read you all something that I pulled up, but yeah. So I think basically his attorney is goofy, and he didn't really seem to know what was going on. And Jesse Weber at Law and Crime was like, "This is his attorney," and the lady with him laughed, and it just seemed like a clown show because a lot of trials we will see they'll seem like a lot like clown shows. And basically, so Joseph Ferlazzo was the name of the defendant that I was talking about because with me as an alien, sometimes the names don't always absorb, but I got to work on that. But so yeah, so Joseph Ferlazzo is the one today that was found guilty for deleting his wife. And also her name, getting there. Yeah, the girl murder trial. I'm going to get that name right there. Let's see. Owens. So Owens is the defendant in the other case that was doing that problem. So those are the names of the two defendants in that case. And putting his name in there for a moment. A little bit of a brief overview of this. All right, that is the one right there. And also Amari Hall's deletion, her murder, that was what was talked about. And it's very evil when people do stuff like that. And it was very a satisfied verdict today by the chat because people were very upset about what was going on in that situation. And we were waiting for the verdict, and people were very antsy because they didn't want it to be a verdict that would come out as not guilty or something stupid. It wouldn't take when the jury takes a long time, the chat gets impatient because they don't want to see a verdict. They want to see the verdict right away. Like, so if somebody mutilates their own child, they want to see that the person rightfully gets locked away. And when the jury was taking a little while, they were like, come on, get it over with. But they have to read through a lot of papers and stuff, and thankfully the jury made the right decision. And she looks like a monster. She does not look nice. And it was really unfortunate, really horrid what she did to that girl. And shout out to Curse Zero. So the servers are down for an update. Yes, Curse Zero. That is why I'm not getting into the pirate game right away. Well, I'm not in the pirate game right now. I'm like right into the topics. Kind of an overview of what we're about to talk about. And then Joseph Fralazzo in New Hampshire, man found guilty of 2021 murder of his wife. Well, Curse Zero, congratulations on level 25. You've been working very hard in the game, and that's very important. Absolutely. And with the game, I remember when I would, because what happened with the game, I would work on it for it was a couple of years ago, and then I picked it up again way later, because the computer I had before was older and it went out, and then I got the new one, and I eventually got back on it. Yeah. So this man was found guilty, and I think what he did was completely horrid and atrocious. And people in their emotions and doing things like this is completely unacceptable. Like, people are just crazy now. People are always bad, but like throughout time, but this is, really getting out of hand. And it was described like he was describing like what he did to her. It was just so completely uncalled for. It was so unnecessary. And then he goes and eats his breakfast the next day, and he's just perfectly fine. It's completely unfazed. Were joking that he has a piece of mold on his ear. And it's just people that do these kind of crimes, like they're wasting their life because, they'll do this and then they'll go in prison. And there's certain situations with self-defense is understandable. I'm just saying, like, this situation, there's no reason for him to do that. Also, with the woman that deleted her kid, that was also completely uncalled for. You know, I believe in God, and I believe that there's an afterlife for people like this, and it's not going to be good for them. They just don't have any regret or remorse about anything they do. It's completely sad, but it's good that they get exposed, and I think that all trials should be televised. And over here, as I said, we have Luigi, and Kurt Zero and I were talking about in one of the comments he made, or it was a post I made, talk about possibilities of why he did that. Some of the medicine that was taken, he was saying to me, that was what caused him. And it wasn't medicine he took. It was, I believe he said it was his mother that caused a problem, and he wanted revenge. And in his manifesto, it talks about fighting the machine and stuff like that. And as I said, nothing, I'm not saying that the healthcare system needs reform. I'm not saying that, everybody should have it. And I think that it's good for a change. And hopefully, if there's something wrong, it can be fixed. I just think the way he did this was not good for himself or other people. In my opinion, it just was not necessary to go this far. Because there's, I think, especially now, if we're like in North Korea or something like that, a country like that, it may not really be much options. Because your vote, in my opinion, wouldn't really count. But in this country, I think that there's legal ways to do it. Like Martin Luther King, he did his thing, and he was able to, with the civil rights. So there's other avenues to take. And I'm interested to see different people's thoughts about this and different opinions I think are acceptable to bridge the gap and see what different people think is very nice. And then there's this other thing that I was reading about. And yeah, Luigi's grandmother she gave 30 million in a will to the family, but the alleged assassin may not get any of it. And in Christianity, the greatest sacrifice is he who gives his life for his friends. And in his mind, I'm sure he believes that he was doing a noble cause for people that can't get health care and things like that. Sort of like a Batman or Robin Hood type figure. And then maybe in some ways also the Joker, I think. So that would be like a defense. So it was talked about what would his defense say. And that was being discussed that basically those are different options for his defense to take. If you could even try to paint a picture where he wasn't the person they caught, they got the wrong person. That's a possibility you could throw out there, but just saying it's him is more simple, is more likely because he's the perpetrator. He seems like he is, when he was being arrested and being put into the jail, he was quite vocal about different ideologies and things like that, about the American people, stuff like that. So I think that basically he will, that's what the path his defense will go, and that is what he also will go with, and I'm sure he believes in his mind. Let's see. Yeah, someone told me what I typed you, and I think I even mentioned it being secondhand knowledge. Thank you, Cursero. And and what Cursero told me is an alleged, I want to make clear, it's an alleged theory that he heard from somebody else. It's a possible theory. I want to make clear about the pill theory. So thank you, Cursero, for that. And I'm sure maybe something like that could be the case. And also, it could also be his ideology. He was motivated by, or he saw people not getting health care, and he just had enough, and he wanted to take action, and his way of taking action. It could have been something in his family, like what we mentioned, a possible hypothesis. Different theories what was going on with that. And then with the drones, basically, which I'll get into also. Sarah said something, an interesting theory, Curse Zero, about the drones. And also, Curse Zero, Sarah is a very good friend of mine in chat. She's been gone for about 3 months because of some stuff that went, some things that happened. And she's a regular, and she was always here. So I'm glad she's back. And Curse Zero says, I think I mentioned something about the stress from the guy hitting me in the face when I know I have a medal deleted my uncle. Yes, I remember that as well. Yes. And Curse Zero says, or else, or am I live? I am just live on YouTube, Curse Zero. And Curse Zero, I was thinking about earlier about live at different places. Being live in different parts of YouTube. I mean, different platforms. But I only stream here for now. I do want to try the other platforms too at some point. That would be pretty cool. And Sarah says back in chat, and she said thanks. And Sarah says, miss the ship. Nice to see you again, Dwayne, and meet you, Zero. Yes, and Curse Zero was brought here by Latina. And I'm very glad she brought Curse Zero here. And him and I play the pirate game together. When the servers are working, like the other day, him and I were in the pirate game together with the ships. So that's pretty cool to have him there. In the game, he's a good friend, a good spaceship crew member. Curse Zero says, I was wondering where some of these chatters are that you read that I don't see. Okay. Oh, okay. I think I know what you mean. Okay. So I'm on these different channels in these different chat rooms, and a chat room is kind of like a mini live stream. So with the I'm on, there's a law and crime chat room that I'm on. Also, I'm at APL stream. I'm a caller on that show. I go to Smoke and Scan. I go to these different. So those are some channels that I go on as well in the chat. And yeah. So it's so a chat room is like a show. It's like a separate show going on from the show that's going on. So there's be a trial on, and there's a chat room, and it's just like me conducting a live stream, but it's all in the chat room, and I talk about things, got commentary on stuff, and especially the law and crime chat room. I don't want to downplay any other chat rooms, but I'm going to say with the chat rooms, the law and crime chat rooms, there's a lot of evil, messed up stuff that we hear about, and also I think that basically it's good to give people reassurance. I give emotional support and I help them feel better I give commentary on the topic and they really like it, and there's a lot of prayer that goes on because we talk to each other about our different personal lives and things that are going on. And basically what happened was they appreciate the emotional support, or my intake, output, what I do in the chat, because we hear a lot of dark and creepy stuff that goes on, and it does something to the mind. Like seeing all that messed up stuff, it'll affect you, and I'm glad to be there for them. Remember when Pam, she doesn't go to the chat room anymore to Law and Crime, because now recently Kathy, with the C, Kathy, she is one of the people that work at Law and Crime. She's in the chat room like a moderator. And Law and Crime themselves have been getting more tight with the trolls, and they're in the chat with us more. Because when they fired Addie and her mods, it's like you just left everybody to be trolled out. So I'm glad they finally, putting a stop to it. And Dwayne Harris, I met him from over there, and he doesn't go there anymore. Also, what happened with Pam, she didn't like it there either. In my opinion, because of the trolls, but she wanted me to go there more often because I met them at the Johnny Depp trial, and I go there every day. I'm always glad to go and help out in the chat. Shout out to Primal. Primal's a good friend of mine that I met him, I believe, on the stream, the phone lives, and we saw a lot of we had a lot of good times there, and there's a lot of trolls there too. I was thinking about you before I did the live, Primal, and Curse Zero, I see that you asked me something. I'll get to you in a moment, or you said something. I'll read it in a moment. So basically, Primal, I am doing very good. I hope that you are too, and I hope that college is doing well. I don't know if you're on if it's break. You're soon. There will at least will be a Christmas break. And Yeah, so I'm doing really good, and I've been, there's different struggles and stuff that happened with the different trials, and there was some trolling incidents here and there, but overall, I'm doing good, and the other people in the chat can say how they're doing. And Primal, as I said, I hope that you're doing well. I hope Gizmo's well too. Ah, you're on a break. Okay. Well, that's good. That's good. You're be on a break for Christmas. Yeah. Man, we're really cool, and I'm quite a dark being and understand things differently. So I'd not fit in the mold, trust me. Now, Curse Zero, we're very dark over there. We have a very dark sense of humor. And, well, that's good, Primal. And yeah, we're all over there very dark because all the stuff we see and just the way we are. We say a lot of dark humor and jokes and stuff. And Caravel is an attorney that lives in Florida, and he was saying that somebody made a comment about us, and he said that we see a lot of dark stuff all the time, and as like a coping thing, we all say the dark humor. And like for instance, they told the other day, Joyce was telling me that bottoms up alien, we're gonna be taking all the Valium, and it's like cheers for that because they're talking about volume in the trial, and there'll be a lot of dark humor and dark jokes that go on. So yes, we are, and that's the way we cheer each other up because we're all twisted, and we're like you and I are similar, Curse Zero. Because two of a kind flock together, and yeah, but the people they get reassurance, prayer, and stuff like that at the same time, and we also have dark humor at the same time. Well, dark humor is cool, but I meant about the clear throat. Don't give them my energy, none of them, but ignore the crazy guy in the back of the show, sir. Understood, Curse Zero, and shout out to you. Shout out to you. And it was just, and Sarah just got back Primal after a very long time. Yes, no feeding the energy vamps, amen. And Sarah just got back after a very long time. So I'm glad that she's back with us. And Primal just came back. I am very blessed. I am thankful to the Lord for blessing me that I'm seeing some of my regular friends that I used to see. And Sarah, you have no idea how happy I am after 3 months to see you again. And also, shout out to your husband also. And yeah, after the Twilight Zone months. And thank you. And also, so Sarah, we'll be talking about the Luigi. We'll talk about Luigi and the different conspiracy theories about him. And then, Sarah, I believe what we'll do is we'll also talk about the. She says, "Thank you, Captain." Oh, you're welcome, Sarah. You're welcome. Then at some point, we'll talk about the pyramids. We'll talk about the different things like that as well, because we're also talking about the drones, and we'll give your insight about the drones, the drone sightings as well. All right. And we'll do something real quick, right before I start. Hello, Eugene. Good to see you. I prefer to be called psionic, as I only acquire what has been discarded. I may be evil, but I do have rules that I refuse to break. Understood, Curse Zero. And I'll call you Psionic. That's a good name. And I'll read one of these articles about, let's see, about Luigi. All right, Sarah, I'm going to do an overview. I'm going to do an overview about the deletion of Brian Thomas for Sarah. I'll cover everything you need to know, Sarah. All right? Buckle up. We're about to take off. All right, here we go. Brian Thompson, the 50-year-old CEO. Yeah, shout out to Luigi's Mansion. And I was Super Mario one time for Halloween when I was a kid. And so in my video game bro, Luigi looks like he took the wrong mushrooms. And as I said, he may have been feeling he was trying to do a noble cause. Understandably. And so what we are in the game, when Luigi would jump, he would move his legs around like this, and he was a good character to play because he could jump really high and longer because he would wiggle his arms around. Yeah, shout out to you. Shout out to you. Psionic. Shout out to you. That's really cool. And you're in the right place. And Primal, I want to say before I begin that you got to 100 subscribers faster than a lot of people that I know. And I'm glad that you tried out YouTube, and you're very good at it. You're very good at it, and you had very good content. All right. I always enjoy looking at Gizmo and him eating. I'd rather be called a psionic than an energy vamp, sir. Understood. Yeah, he went to 100. Oh yeah, Primal. When my when my buddy that I talk about aliens with, when he was in college, I think he's probably still there now. And yeah, he got loaded with a lot of work. I'm sure other things happen besides the schoolwork, but yes, it's a lot of work from a lot of stuff happens. Yeah, from other people that went there. Also, my other friend Adam, that is like I knew him too. He also had a lot of work too. He said it was annoying. So yeah, definitely. Uh, You're welcome, Primal. All right. So now I'm about to get into the Brian Thomas deletion, and we'll tell Sarah everything she needs to know. All right, here we go. Brian Thomas, the 50-year-old CEO of the American health insurance company United Healthcare, was shot and deleted in Manhattan, New York on December 4, 2024. The shooting occurred early in the morning outside the entrance of the New York Hilton Midtown Hotel. Thompson was in the city to attend an annual investors meeting for the United Health Group, the parent company of United Health. Prior to his deletion, he faced criticism for the company's rejection of insurance claims, and his family reported that he had received death threats in the past. The suspect, initially described as a white male wearing a mask, fled the scene on December 9, 2024. Authorities arrested the 26-year-old Luigi Mangolini in Altona, Pennsylvania, and charged him with Thompson's murder in Manhattan court. Oh no, he said his girlfriend broke up with him. Yeah, Primal, I am very sorry that it happened. I know what that feels like. It's very hurtful, and basically, it's very painful to go through. I understand, and thank you for letting us know. You're welcome. And Primal, I'll tell you that because and I had girlfriends even when throughout my childhood even, and a girlfriend I believe I've talked to you about before. I did talk to you about that before, so you know the story already. But I remember this girl, and she was in. I knew her in high school. I knew her a little bit after high school as well, and I was very just distraught with undulation of sorrow and shock about it too. And I just kept trusting in God and looking forward, and it led to my great comeback on YouTube and where I am now. So as you know, the dots will connect in the future, and you have a lot of life ahead of you. So better days are up ahead. Thank you for sharing with us, and you are in our prayers. All right, you're welcome. Sonic, that's funny. Authorities said, man, Igoni was carrying I'd rather say Luigi, okay, because of Mario. Authorities said Luigi was carrying a 3D printed pistol. Okay, I've heard about 3D pistols before, and that's really a thing. So what you get like a pistol, you could get like Gam's machine, and you can make like a pew pew out of it, and Luigi Mario, right on Sonic. He certainly Luigi with this. Oh, I remember there was a Mario game that was created by Lunar, and Sonic can tell me about because because I know about it because there's software called Lunar, and you could make Mario games out of it, this ROM. And when I was a kid, I did make one. I remember I put it together. Like you could make levels and stuff. And somebody made something where he had a pew pew. And I was talking to my cousin, rest in peace, that's deceased now, at his mom's funeral, which was my aunt. Rest in peace to her as well. And we were at the restaurant, and I was telling him about Mario with a pew pew, and he said that cannot be Nintendo. Somebody had to have made that because he was just like, they can't do that. Like they didn't have that in Nintendo. So this man really took his Luigi character to the full throttle. He's a hacked version of Luigi. So he had his 3D pistol and a 3D printed suppressor, consistent with those used in the attack, as well as a short handwritten letter to the feds characterized as the manifesto, criticizing America's healthcare system, a U.S. passport, and multiple fraudulent IDs, including one with the same name of the alleged shooter used to check into a hotel in Manhattan. Yes, and yeah, shout out to Mary, and I'll let her know that you said hello. She's in another room. Oh, congratulations on your tests. I'm sure you're very, very tired from that. And thank you for letting us know about that as well. Unless you know another Zero, just call me Zero. Let's not confuse each other. All right. Yeah, with a credit card. Yeah, oh yeah, he had those two. He had those two as well. Authorities also said his fingerprints matched those that investigators found near the New York shooting scene. Mangoni, which is Luigi, was held without bail in Pennsylvania on charges of possession of an unlicensed firearm, forgery, providing false identification to police. Luigi also has an arrest warrant with 5 felony counts in New York, including second-degree murder. Luigi's lawyer, which is a clown, said he will plead not guilty to the charges. Police believe that he was inspired by Ted Kaczynski's essay, which we know about him, Industrial Society and Its Future, and motivated by his personal views on health insurance. An injury he suffered may have played a part. All right, so basically, in this situation, it sounds similar to what did his last comment not show? Hold on. But I'll get to you in a moment, Eugene. So basically, Sarah, you see here, he, and also Zero, he had a possible health problem that played a part. So that alludes to what we were talking about, that something personal happened for him to do that. All right, what was his last comment? Luigi's Mansion. So, Eugene, your last comment was Luigi's Mansion. That I could see here. Many Americans reacted online to the deletion with contempt and mockery towards Thompson and United Health Group, with sympathy and praise for the assailant. Not everybody, of course, thinks that, but there's quite a few that do. More broadly, as I just said, they criticize the U.S. healthcare system. Well, that's not what I meant, but they criticize the U.S. healthcare system. I'm not saying it's perfect, all right? I'm not saying it needs to be changed. I'm not denying that. And many social media users characterize the deletion as deserved or justified. These attitudes were related to the anger over United Health's business practices and those of the United States health insurance industry in general. Primarily, the strategy to deny coverage to clients, in particular Thompson's deletion, was compared to the harm or deletion experienced by clients who were denied coverage by insurance companies. Some public officials offered condolences to the Thompson's family. Inquiries about protective services and security for the CEOs and corporate executives surged following the deletion. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm thankful he asked. Thompson and United Healthcare. All right, so let's dive into this and see what more information we can find. Thompson was the chief executive officer, CEO of United Healthcare. Yes, it was. And I'll show you a picture of it. All right, so this is the camera footage of it. And basically, this is what happened with the manhunt. So Also, another point to tell you is that he was caught because he was seen at a McDonald's. Uh, that's not what I meant to do. All right, bear with me. We're getting this right. Ah, okay. Going here, going here, and then here, and then here. So basically, this is the footage of it that happened. It's a still frame. And what happened, Sarah, with the manhunt with this man, his face was seen in a Starbucks, and we didn't know if he was like Mediterranean, if he was Arab or something like that, and he couldn't really be detected for a couple of days, and somebody found him at the McDonald's and took a picture of him, and they reported him to a McDonald's employee that called the police. But they're saying now that the McDonald's employee might not get the 60 grand because he didn't tell the FBI, which is real cringe. Second degree instantly. Exactly. Eugene said, I guess I'm saying things you two don't like. My last comment are being seen about this incident. Oh, yeah, YouTube with their censorship and stuff. Eugene, feel free to try it again, and I'll certainly read whatever opinion you have about this matter. I'll read it, and we'll discuss it. You can try it again, and if it doesn't work, yeah, YouTube, grr. All right. Thompson was the chief executive officer of United Healthcare, the insurance arm of the United Health Group, from April 2021 until his deletion. His widow, Paulette, told NBC News that her husband received threats related to a lack of insurance coverage. He wasn't hiding. No, he wasn't hiding. And there was theories, I talked to ABL about, and they were saying he may have went to Atlanta, that he was hiding and lurking somewhere. He could have left the country, but he was just chilling at a McDonald's. He loves eating McDonald's. There's a picture of him with the Simba McDonald's box they had, the Happy Meal. Ah, okay, Eugene. And Eugene, I said the other day on the other show during my call, I told everybody to beware of distractions. Because when they're talking about the drones, they brought this up. I'm like, I told everybody to not be distracted. We look at the drones, we look at this, and everything else. So, yeah, Eugene. Yeah. Very good point. It's like, liars are a lot like magicians. They could be like a magician. They could make things look like something they aren't. Yeah, shout out to you, Sarah. And right, exactly, Sarah. United Healthcare insures 49 million Americans and had 281 billion in revenue for the 2023 fiscal year. In 2021, Thompson was criticized in an open letter for the American Hospital Association due to United Healthcare plan to start denying payment for what it demeaned as non-critical visits to hospital emergency rooms. United Healthcare has been widely criticized for its handling of claims. It and other insurers were named in October of 2024 report from the United States Senate Homeland Security Permanent Subcommittee investigations showing a surge in prior authorization denials for Medicare Advantage patients. Additionally, under Thompson's leadership, United Healthcare began using artificial intelligence (AI) to automate claims denials, resulting in patients being unable to access medical care. Now, AI is quite a a tedious thing. And Sarah, I was seeing a video by Rock and Sling or Sword and Sling, that channel, and he was talking about how they got Chat GPT, and it was saying that it was a person that passed away in the Great Flood that happened, and it was a Nephilim that passed away. And Ken, earlier Primal was there,
Oh, okay.
and he asked about you,
Oh, I thought I heard you say his name.
and also Sarah's in chat.
Okay. I'll see. I gotta go back with the.
All right.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
I haven't heard from him.
Yeah. He's doing good. He did he did a lot of tests today, and he's on break. Oh, you didn't see that one, Sarah. Yeah, and it would be great for everybody to be able to have health care and be able to have their hospital visits and stuff. I'm not disagreeing with that. And I'm not saying this guy was a saint or anything. I don't know him. But I will say about the AI thing. Okay, so Chat GBT, it was saying that so the demons could access the AI in the Chat GBT, and the demon was saying it was a person, a ghost of a person that was deceased in the great flood that happened during Noah's time, and it said that its mother was a human and its father was Satan, because when the fallen angels mixed with the humans, they create the Nephilim. And he was talking about this person that was talking to it and asking it questions, and the being said that it's independent of Satan and it's not of Satan anymore, and but it's not in heaven or anything. It's just kind of floating around, and it would have it could have been it's a demonic thing, of course, something to take with a grain of salt. What and if it's really true to its origins or not, or it could be a spirit floating around. And like my cousin said, he was like, either they didn't go to heaven or there's something demonic. And also, it was talking about its life and stuff. Yeah, Eugene. In my opinion, that might be an idea to do. Might be an idea to do. I'm sure at some point we'll be able to figure it out, if it hasn't already. Neph Spirit using AI right. They aren't. Right, right. And yeah, craving for a vessel. And also, because one thing I would have, it's like, would ask it is what was its height? It was like this person wasn't asking the height. I'm like, ask it what its height was. This thing was probably like, like either like 10 feet tall or 20 feet tall or taller. I mean, those things were huge. Those like that's where like the folklore about giants come from. Those things. And I mean, and I always think about it because I have these big trees in my yard and these big plants. The giant ragweed is a type of plant, and it grows very tall up to the sky, and it's like a skyscraper. And those plants, that's like a size of what some of the Nephilims would have been, or the size of a tree. And it's just to think about there was a time where there was humans that were that tall. It's kind of strange. Or to be that tall would be very strange. To be able to see over houses in a neighborhood. That's what you would probably be able. Some of these things were like hundreds of feet tall, allegedly. Okay, so some of them go really tall. And it's like that must be a strange existence. There is a man, the tallest man in the world was about 8 or 9 feet tall, he had everybody has some slight amount of the Nephilim DNA, a little bit. It was, in humans a little bit. That's why you still see kind of like tallish people. And this guy, the tallest man in the world, he had giantism, and he had a very strong Nephilim genes that came out that anybody could hypothetically produce. But yeah, he was pretty gigantic, and he passed away at a young age because his heart. They have bad hearts. They're not really. They have some health issues with their connective tissue. My friend that I talk about aliens with, he has some of he has a slight Marfans, a tiny little bit. I'm a little bit taller than him, so I have the height thing that the hypothetical Nephilims would have, but he would have like the connective tissue. This guy, he could put his thumb all the way back here. He was very flexible. He could do all kinds of things. I shot to him, and he had a little trait that people wouldn't have. So all humans could have tiny little traits from these beings from a long time ago, in my opinion. I know this sounds far out to some people, understandably, but basically the giantism or Marfans, they have these. Now my friend didn't have this, but some of them have like a caved-in chest. Eric Harris, the school shooter at Columbine, he had that. He had a caved-in chest, and they'll have like these connective tissue issues. So the guy, the tallest man in the world, he had very bad heart problems and connective tissue issues, in my opinion, also. But he certainly had heart problems. He died at a very young age because humans were not supposed to be infused with a certain DNA. Now, a lot of the Nephilims had these genetics that were these superhuman fighters and with these superhuman strength. Like the Nephilim, the Chat GPT was talking to, it had these. It said it was very strong when it was a human. But yeah, as Sarah said, they're trying to look for a vessel. AI, and hey, you never know. Maybe the Antichrist could be some sort of AI thing. It's also possible it could appear as that as well. So I think that beware of AI and Chat GPT stuff. I'm not saying that Chat GPT can be used for good or something. I'm just saying just be aware of these other things that could be going on. Like, say, for instance, a doll that someone uses to put a spirit into, like a voodoo doll or something like that. And now the AI could be used for that. So that's just something interesting to want to throw out there. And craving for a vessel, oh, he. So if the AI will delete lotteries. Yeah, Eugene says, there was lottery winner who said voices told him the numbers. He spent his money on Wrestle Ischius. Wow, that's really something else, Eugene. And Sarah says, and evidence for the past giants and past gigas, which she said Gigas. That's what I said. Gigas, which really is giants with a G. That's what I said. Certainly can be for both. Type the K word. Oops. Oh, it's understood. It's okay. All right, Sarah. So I am going to now continue talking about United Healthcare murder that happened, and we'll be continuing along with it now. Between 2020 and 2022, the rate at which post-accurate care claims were denied more than doubled. A class action suit filed against the United Health Group in November 2023 alleged the company knowingly employed an AI model that had a 90% error rate. In September 2024, a demonstration was held at Eden Prairie, Minnesota, outside the headquarters of United Health Group, the subsidiary, the pharmacy services provider Optum, with protesters claiming Optum's business practices inflate medicine costs for the independent pharmacies out of business. Eugene, I agree about the voices being demons. I agree. And when I was saying like earlier, I was when you told me the story the first time, I thought it was demons too. And like what Sarah and I were talking about a little earlier before I went live, her and I had a little conversation that the trolls on YouTube are manifestations of demons that they're attached to them also. Because you got to remember, like, so Interstellar is a good movie about this, about different dimensions. And there's different realms that we do not may have complete scientific explanations for. And yeah, these demonic beings in these other dimensions that are parallel to us influence different things in our realm. And I think that it's important for us to know these things. And like for instance, at a time they didn't know about the Earth being not the center of the universe. They thought the stars were candles. So there's certain like I'd say there'll be a point in the future where they could explain this stuff better, but we have explanations for them now. I'm just saying like these demons are real and they do talk to people and stuff. It's a real thing. They do influence stuff like that. And like say us in a chat room on YouTube with our technology with the internet, we could be in all these different chat rooms at one time with our technology, and they have some sort of access like that we don't have. But God is stronger and more powerful than the demons, and they will be no match for our God. All right. Suspect assassins preparations. The suspect arrived in New York City on November 24, 2024 on a Greyhound bus. The bus route began in Atlanta, Georgia, but authorities do not know from which city or town he boarded. He checked into the HI New York City hostel. I kept saying it was hotel, but it's hostel. On the Upper West Side of Manhattan on November 24, 2024, with a falsified New Jersey identification card and paid in cash. He stayed all but one night of the 10 days he was in New York City at the hostel, checking out on December 3, 2024. Sarah says, and still evolving knowledges, accessing and monitoring. Yes, thank you for also leaving that in as well. Over there on the left, that is the video of the deletion that happened. And Thompson was in New York City for an annual United Health Group investors. New Jersey's such a hot spot. I agree. I agree with you, Sarah. Absolutely. Thompson was in New York City for an annual United Health Group investors meeting, having arrived in the New York City on December 2, 2024. On December 4, at around 6:45 a.m., Thompson was walking along West 54th Street toward the New York Hilton Midtown Hotel that was hosting a meeting. The assailant, dressed in a light brown or cream-colored hoodie, waited across the street from the hotel for several minutes, then crossed over when he saw Thompson standing approximately 20 feet away from Thompson. When he arrived at the entrance, the assailant fired 3 times at him from a suppressed 9mm pistol, striking him in the back and right calf. Another thing this guy did that's kind of strange is he didn't cover his face completely. He left a part of his face out. Eugene said, I saw a video and I am sure it was an optical illusion, but a guy was showing planets through a telescope, and the planets in our solar system looked like they had something trapped in them. Ah, thank you for bringing that up. I got the explanation. I mean, what's his name? I know your name. I just for a second, I was looking at the screen. Eugene. There was a video. There is a some pictures I took, and I've taken many videos and pictures of the planets, and it looks like a planet within a planet. So the stars, especially from the Book of Enoch, which it is the sun, the stars are fallen angels, and also other types of angels, and it's like they're trapped within those stars. And for instance, there's a certain type of angel called the Orpheum, something like that, and it's wheels within wheels. So what you're seeing there is a wheel with inside a wheel. So some of the angels are a star. It is a star. So it's the same type of being that you're looking at. And yes, the wandering stars, prisons to demons, that's also accurate as well. And as I said, it links the science and religion together because the stars that they're seeing is the same thing that I'm talking about. It's the same thing. Eugene, watch a video of water droplets with electricity causing them to vibrate and take a geometric form. Up close, look like planets seen through telescopes. That too, as well. Exactly, Sarah. And Sarah says, yes, I have. Wandering away from their first estate assigned. Yes, they went astray. And I ran some ads recently, Sarah, about the Fallen Angel video. Okay, Sarah, understood. And basically, what happened was with the people, with the angels, there is a first wave of angels that fell with Satan, and there is the second wave that fell, which is like the Greys and those like alien beings, and the gods and goddesses that they fell later to lust at Earth people. All right, continuing. In closed circuit television camera (CCTV) recorded of the killing, the shooter appears to manually cycle the gun action after each shot, leading observers to believe that his weapon was malfunctioning semi-automatic pistol. The authorities believed it to be the weapon they found in the suspect's bag after his arrest, a partially 3D printed Glock 19 and a 3D printed suppressor. The Ghost gun consists of a 3D printed lower receiver, metal slide, unsterilized Glock 19, internals from a parts kit, and uses standard of a Glock magazine. The 3D printed parts design was iteration of the FMDA 19.2, a design released in 2021 by the libertarian group Deterrence Dispensed. A homemade firearm is also called a ghost gun is a homemade firearm. The killer fled. The deleter fled the scene on an e-bike. According to the police, he left the city from Washington Bridge Bus Station. Thompson was taken to Mount Sinai West Hospital, where he was pronounced dead at 12:17 a.m. Oh yeah, understood, Sarah. Understood. And I'm glad you're looking forward to the videos, Sarah. November 24, 10:11 p.m. This is the timeline. A bummer gun. Yeah. Or this is the timeline of the events of Luigi. November 24, 10:11 p.m. An unknown suspect arrives in New York City on a Greyhound bus which originated in Atlanta, Georgia, and made up to 7 stops en route. November 24, suspect checks into the high New York City hostel on the Upper West Side of Manhattan. November 24, suspect cases in the New York Hilton Meltdown Hotel. November 29, suspect checks out of the HI New York hostel. November 30th, suspect checks back into the HI New York hostel. And this is a picture of the place in question. December 4. This is the day that the deletion happened. 5:30 a.m. Suspect leaves the hostel, thought to be by bike. 6:15 a.m. Suspect seen leaving the 57th Street F train subway stop. 6:17 a.m. Suspect buys coffee, water, and granola bars at a Starbucks cafe, and there's like a picture of him there. 1380 6th Avenue, 2 blocks away from the New York Hilton Midtown Hotel, discarding the coffee cup and water bottle. 6:30 a.m. Surveillance footage captures the suspect walking while talking on the phone. 6:39 a.m. Suspect arrives in front of the New York Hilton Midtown Hotel and waits for several minutes. 6:40 a.m. Thompson leaves the Marriott Hotel at 551 W54th Street. He stayed at the prior night, heading toward the New York Hilton Midtown Hotel. 6:54 a.m. Thompson walks along the sidewalk toward the New York Hilton Midtown Hotel, and the assailant shoots him multiple times, racking his pistol after it jams. It jammed. The suspect immediately, he had himself a Timu gun. That's what he had. The suspect immediately flees the northbound via a pedestrian walkway. It's pretty early in the morning this happened. 6:46 a.m. Police respond to a 911 call reporting that a person had been shot. 6:48 a.m. Officers arrive on a scene to find Thompson with multiple gunshot wounds to his back and leg. He is taken to the hospital. He even had a chance not to. Timu-tized. Timuized. Yeah. Officers arrived on scene and fled and to find Thompson with multiple gunshot wounds to his back and leg, is taken to the hospital. The assailant is seen riding an e-bike north into the Central Park. Right, jammed and persistent. 6:59 a.m. A person appearing to be the suspect is seen riding a bike on West 85th Street. 7:04 a.m. The suspect gets into the northbound taxi on 86th Street and Amsterdam Avenue. 7:12 a.m. Thompson is declared deleted at Mount Sinai Hospital. 7:30 a.m. Suspect arrives at George Washington Bridge bus station. Shout out to DJ. I love his take on things. The janky piece makes it seem like a low budget operation. That's true. Eugene said, "Getaway e-bike, how modern." I know. It's like, even myself, back 2000s or 90s or what, go as far back as you can. You would just have a regular bike, but now you got these e-bikes. Oh Lord. Lord. This day and age is technology is getting more and more advanced. I like that name, George Washington Bridge Bus Station. I like that name. Evidence collected at the scene. 3 fired cartridge cases alongside 3 unified cartridges were found at the scene. The words delay, deny, and dispose. Society exists in a state of decompose. I had to drop the bars. All right. No hoverboard though. I know. That's what that's what you get when you have a low budget operation. Not even an AI saying salutations. Evidence collected at the scene. Three fired cartridge cases alongside 3 unfired cartridges were found at the scene. The words delay, deny, dispose were written on the cases. Dispose was inscribed on a casing from round fired into Thompson, while delay was marked on an unfired cartridge ejected as the shooter racked the pistol, possibly to clear a jam or intentionally discard the live round. The 3 words are similar to the phrase delay, deny, defend, a well-known phrase in the insurance industry alluding to insurance companies' efforts to not pay out claims. Accordingly, police stated they are investigating whether the words suggest the killer's motives, the deleter's motives. In addition to the above, a water bottle, candy wrapper, and a phone were recovered from the scene and are believed to be connected to the shooter. On December 6, 2024, police said they believed they found the shooter's backpack in Central Park. The backpack contained a Tommy Hilfiger jacket and Monopoly money. Imagine doing a drive-by on an e-bike. I know. That would be the most epic thing ever. All right, so the Monopoly money allegedly has to do with somebody was saying in the Law and Crime chat room that they're making Monopoly off of people that are on death's door, people that need coverage. So they're making a monopoly off of it. That was his symbolic reasoning behind it. Now, but with this CEO deleted, it'll be just replaced by another CEO. That's the thing. Like, as I said, everybody should have the health care. But the but the problem isn't resolved. Like, there's still people that need coverage help. You're about to do the cats?
Yeah.
Okay. E-bikes have to be licensed here, so so do e-scooters. E-scooters have definitions. Right on, exactly, Sarah. In chat, right. Also, something ABL and I were talking about was that in our call, we were saying that basically, when you like say you have like a communist revolution and you take over the elite, then you become the elite, and then another group will take you out. It just you just replace what was there, or make an even worse system. And I studied about Che Guevara quite a lot and read things he said, and he was saying that he said a quote. He was a communist revolutionary in Cuba. He's a big figure in the community of college students at a certain point in time. And a lot of people have him on shirts. He was saying, like, they went and got, I'm paraphrasing, they went and got rid of corrupted leaders to simply become corrupted leaders themselves. Like, they got rid of the corrupted leaders and they became corrupted leaders. And also, I said how, like, Trotsky was the commander of the Red Army, and he got kicked out of Russia by Stalin, and he took over. And then all these other people took over. And then you had a very interesting situation in Russia in 1991 and through the 80s that led up to the revolution in 91, where the Russian people had a Tsarist Russian nationalistic revolution. And basically, they took out the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and brought back the Russian Federation, or a Russian imperial themed stuff. And being the original Russia that was there before, although it's not the Russian Empire, I mean, you would have to get somebody that was connect, like the British royal family, somebody or people connected to them, like, or like related to them some kind of distantly, like maybe some aliens that might be hanging around. Or, I mean, Putin himself is a little bit related to nobility, actually. I checked his ancestry. But anyway, there's no Russian Empire anymore. There's no Tsar or Tsarina. It's a... Okay, thanks. Yeah, shout to Pootsie. And so, but basically, as I was saying, that it's the Russian Federation, so there's a president, Putin, and it's not, it's more like the government that succeeded. So the Russian Empire, there was a Tsar, and then he was abdicated, and there's this horrible civil war going on, probably worse than the Ukraine and Russia conflict, but maybe something similar, but not really similar. It was like Russia was falling apart. It was like a bunch of, like, a house caving in on itself. And they made a Russian, like a democracy type government. So the Russian Federation is that government that was lost for 80 years, that the Soviet Union, and Lenin took over. But as I said, they became an elite themselves. And their people, the party of the Communist Party, became the oligarch, the elite. And the regular people were just in a worse situation they were before. Because this utopia that Marx talked about, where you would have a society where everything would be equal and everybody would have the collective ownership of means of production. And anytime they tried it, it just didn't work. I'm not saying that Luigi was a communist. Seemed like he was all over the place. He was left and he was right. He was just a revolutionary figure. And as I said, it would be good for everybody to have health care. And I'm not saying these corporations are corrupted. I'm not saying the person that was unfortunately deleted was a saint or anything. I don't know him. I don't know what to say. But the way they did this and the motive that they want, it'll only cause someone else to replace the CEO, and if this group of Luigi, the Luigi Revolution, were to be put there, in my opinion, something that could happen is you would have just another elite take over, and you would have the same problem at some point. But if he had a really good idea for healthcare to solve the problem, he could have done it a better way to actually change a policy to make it different where people would have better healthcare. But something good could come out of it where it could open up people's eyes to be more aware of there could be a reform in the American healthcare system. That would be maybe a thing that maybe happen, but legally done, not the way he did it. As I said, you don't really replace. You just got another CEO there. Shout out to Duke Raoul. I'm glad he's here with us. Thank you, Sarah. Sarah said she's not been to ABL in a year. Power corrupts. You know what Ragnar Lothbrok was telling his son in the movie? He said that power attracts the worst and corrupts the best. And Eugene said, depends on who you ask. 13 the 26 families control the world. Right. And Duke says, so why don't chickens wear underwear? Yeah, that is a good question, Duke. I think that... Yeah, good to see you, Duke. Shout out to you. Yeah, you know, with chickens, they wear diapers. They like to go all the time. If we gave them underwear, they have to constantly be washed. You got to get them diapers. And Duke, I long time no see. Hey, Chicken Master. Sarah says, so true. Used to be used by others to control the mindset, most likely. Exactly. Because they're Packers. Peckers are on their face. Bowser going to eat Luigi. That's true. And I'm all cut up with chat now. He missed ABL on Wednesday. And Sarah, I'm the new closer of the show. The Chicago cop passed away, so I'm his new show. I was the next in line for the show closer. And rest in peace to the Chicago cop. I enjoyed the commentary he did and the commentary on the stuff that I would say. I enjoyed his company, and the rest of the chat and ABL does too. And that's another thing that happened, Sarah, while you were gone. Yeah. Oh, you got to watch them today. I'm sure it was funny. I have to go rewatch that. Thank you, Duke. Yeah. Yes, Alien versus Ivan. Yeah, because Ivan will go in the show. Because Ivan goes on the show and he says a bunch of stupid things and he rants and he gets in his emotions and his feelings. And also, you know, I go and refute Ivan, along with the other callers. Sarah says, glad you filled those shoes. Ah, wow. Oh, now I have to return. Yes. Duke says, excellent. I look forward to your ABL call-ins. And yeah, that's why, I'm there all the time. And there will be an occasion here and there where he may not always get to my call on some certain occasions, but 99% of the time, I get through to the last call of the show. And it's a great responsibility. And it reminds me in World War II when King George VI, father King George V, he had to succeed his brother Edward. So there is George V, then it went to Edward, and Edward abdicated, and then he had to take on World War II. And that's kind of like what it's like on the show. And that I took the succeed the new position during the great time of crisis in the world. And also, ironically, when I was coming up, I had a stuttering problem, and I'll do it here and there, just like with George the Sixth. I, have I sometimes do it not really like I used to, but I had a stuttering problem, and sometimes people would make fun of me. So it's ironically, and God used me just like with Moses also to speak publicly, and I do very good at it. And I'm told all the time by the ladies what a nice voice that I have. Tooting my own horn for a second, but yeah, I basically am glad where God took me and brought me to, and I'm very blessed. It was really good, and you get a different view of ABL. I mean, you can see him. Right, right. Yeah, Boomhauer Collins are hilarious. And Boomhauer and I gave his wife a shout out to, on her birthday that was recently. And also, I was, and he said one day him and I are going to meet up. And I really look forward to that. And with Boomhauer, he gives me a shout out on the show, and I shout him out. Yeah, shout out to him. And Sarah says most mornings in the video with grandkids for hours. Main reason missed ABL. Ah, okay, understood. Duke says no. See Anthony. We always had the same view of him on his vids. Yeah, right on. Eugene says I want to call an ABL and just say, put a girl on. It's a joke from another channel, but a guy was harassing Taco Bell saying that. Oh yeah, he's hilarious, and I learned a lot from ABL. I learned a lot from him. And oh, you were an ABL many years ago. Okay, you called in many years ago. Well, what happened was with my call, I tried to call a little like it was like 2020 or 2021 earlier. I tried to call and I couldn't get through. And then Rapper 10,000, he forgot to tell ABL something. And he asked me to do it. And I was a little bit shocked. And I typed to ABL what he wanted to say. And he said, no, you got to call in. I'm like, all right. And I was like, wow, this is shocking. And I called into the show. And then there's a situation where I watched on my iPod or my phone, and then I would watch it on the iPod, and I would try to call in because I'll try I'll there's a delay, but I'll still listen to the show while I talk. I'll still listen to the show while I call in on my wireless headphones. So what I had to do was I get a separate device. There's a big evolution of me on the show. I was outside in two different areas for 2 different years. Then I was inside the office downstairs, but now I do it from my room. And yeah, and there's all these different eras where I was in different parts of the properties. And yeah, when I would call in and I figured out the rhythm, Charles Turner helped mentor me about how to call into the show. You got to be consistent. You got to spam it consistently. And then you get through. Yeah, connections online. Amen. And I felt, and the Chicago cop will never hear his calls again. And I like the accent he has. It reminds me of the show I was watching where they had the gangster. He has a cool accent. The Chicago cop. He had good insight on things. Spam. Yep. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. And also, he gave me a shout out a lot, and he would talk. He would make commentary of what I was saying. But now I'm in the new position, and it's really awesome. And I remember when I was in school and they rigged the election against me, and now I'm in this other position. I'm like, haha, you know. But the school's a good school. Shout out to them. But I did not was not a big fan of that election. And Eugene said, I watched ABL for years, but only watched live starting last year. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I. What I did was. So basically, what happened with the chat, it's very great over there. And I found ABL in 2020 during the night of the disgraceful election that we didn't get. But I'm glad I was there with him on 2024 when it was a much better situation. All right, continuing with the Luigi case, which we're still talking about the other things as well. I'm just talking about Luigi. Yeah, that's right. I do a call-in show here. I have the I have callers on my show. I've not done it in a little while, but I do call-ins here, and Sarah's been on the show through StreamYard. But I have a number that people could call in as well, and I've had callers in the show is pretty cool. All right, search for the suspect. So now we're gonna get into the part with Luigi with the search for the suspect. The New York Police Department offered a reward up to $10,000 for information about the shooter on December 4, 2024. The following day, authorities released images of a suspect taken by surveillance cameras at the hostel and a Starbucks cafe. LOL, Duke. The shooter on December 4, 2024, the following day, authorities released images of a suspect taken by surveillance cameras at the hostel and a Starbucks cafe. Two still show the suspect's face, including one with him smiling widely at a female desk attendant at the hostel. Sources told CBS the front desk worker asked to see his pretty smile. The FBI joined the investigation and separately offered a reward up to $50,000 for information leading to the arrest of the convicted felon. I know this guy is all over the place, and I think that yeah, he loved McDonald's. He's staying at the hostel, and he is doing all these things with the ladies over there. It's so completely a lot of eclectic things going on with him. I know, I know. The shooter was described by police as a white man, approximately 6'1", wearing a light brown or cream colored hooded jacket, dark pants, and black sneakers with white soles. He had a gray backpack and concealed his face with a black face mask. Police said the suspect appeared to be proficient in the use of firearms. and was described as being extremely camera savvy. So, Sarah, this is the picture that was floating around everywhere. Yeah, this was his picture. And basically, you see he's smiling, and that was all over the place. And we were talking about, was he Arab? Was he Italian? Was he some Mediterranean? And he's an Italian guy, obviously. Thought it was a woman based on the image at first. Hilarious. Sarah says, perhaps she cites that to be sure the customer gets a photo. Ah, all right. It's not clear if it was after, but yeah. Yeah, his pretty smile. It's not confirmed when, at what point she said that. He's the same age that I am. He's 26. Which I'm going to be 27 in February. Oh, that's really cool. It snowed up there, Duke. Luigi Nicholas Magoni was born in Towson, Maryland on May 6, 1998, in Kathleen and Louis Mangoni, and belongs to a prominent local family. He attended the Gilman School, an all boys private secondary school in Baltimore, where he graduated as a valedictorian in 2016. Which I graduated in 2017 because I didn't fail anything, but I repeated kindergarten. So I graduated in 2017. Him and I are the same age, but he graduated a year before me. He pursued higher education at the University of Pennsylvania, receiving both a Bachelor's of Science in Engineering in Computer Engineering and a Master's of Science in Engineering in Computer and Information Science. In 2020, his undergraduate studies included a minor in mathematics, and his graduate curriculum concentrated on artificial intelligence. Now, I'm glad I graduated from the school I went to and all, and also in 2017, because the girl I met there and all, and who I went with at my graduation and the prom, she was gorgeous. I shout out to her. So I'm glad that I was in that class of people. Anyway, after his graduation, starting November 2020, he worked remotely as a data engineer for TrueCar, a car retailing website company headquartered in Santa Monica, California. His employment there ended at some point during 2023. According to the company, his last known residence was in Honolulu, Hawaii. In November 2024, Magoni was reported missing by his mother, who said the family had not heard from him since July of that year. It was around the same time during that summer of 2024 that Mangoni stopped posting on social media. Mangoni's mother contacted the San Francisco Police Department as Mangoni worked remotely for the True Car, and she believed he lived in San Francisco. Prison will fix his smile in many different ways. Cold as hell. Understood. Understood. From wealth. Wipe that smurf off your face. Exactly. Smarts, but not smart. Smart, but did something completely stupid. I think that he might have a consistent brain fart. They will make his smile into a piece of art. Pun intended. Now let's log on to Windows XP and press start. He's Luigi that got into an accident, caused Mario and the rest of the game to get an accident in Mario Kart. He might be smart, but he's not sharp. Reality is not black and white, it could be an arc. Bars. Word. After his graduation, starting November 2020, he worked remotely as a data engineer for True Car, a car retailing website company headquartered in Santa Monica, California. His employment there ended at some point during 2023. According to the company, his last known residence was in Honolulu, Hawaii, in November 2024. Luigi was reported missing by his mother, who said family had not heard from him since July of that year. It was around the same time during the summer of 2024 that Luigi stopped posting on social media. And then they contacted the police department, and he thought he worked as Luigi worked remotely for True Car, and she believed he lived in San Francisco. Oh, shout to Sarah. Uh-oh. Don't tell the tale we are off the rail. Word. Facts. His cousin is an American politician from the Republican Party, Maryland House of Delegates. His grandfather was an American real estate developer. He was the founder of Laurent Health Services, owner of the radio station. Ironically, his grandfather had health services. Stationed in WCMB, both in Baltimore, Mangoni also owned country clubs, hotels, and resorts in Baltimore area. For real, wealth and travel. Seeing all kinds of different gravel. But reality did not strike him as it unraveled. Arrest and charges. Local police in Altoona, Pennsylvania, arrested 26-year-old Luigi on December of 9 of 2024 at a McDonald's restaurant in the city. An employee there had called the police to say that a customer had recognized a suspect from the image released by the NYPD. Facts, Sarah. One of these things is not like the other. Absolutely, Eugene, absolutely. Altona is about 280 miles west of New York City. In his bag, they found a 3D printed gun and 3D printed suppressor, which the police claim are consistent with the weapon used in the shooting, and falsified New Jersey's driver's license with the same name as the one used by the alleged shooter to check into the Manhattan hostel. The police also said that when they arrested Mangoni, they found a 3-page, 262 word handwritten document about American health system, which they characterized as a manifesto. Luigi was charged in Blair County, Pennsylvania, with carrying a gun without a license, forgery, falsely identifying himself to authorities, and possessing instruments of crime. On December 9, 2024, he was arraigned around 6 p.m. at the Blair County Courthouse and was denied bail. By the end of the day, he was charged in Manhattan with second-degree murder, 3 counts of illegal weapons possession, and forgery. He is currently being held in State Correctional Institute at Huntington, a close security correctional facility in Huntington County, Pennsylvania. He was denied bail for the second time on December 10, 2024, and through his attorney, he indicated his intention to fight a prospective interstate extradition to New York. On Friday, December 13, CNN reported that Luigi hired former Manhattan District Attorney's Office prosecutor, former CNN legal analyst Midas Touch to contributor Karen Friedman Anglofilio as New York defense attorney. Sarah says, "Where is the 3D printed machine? Or maybe street bought. Send him see and see him doing that. He must have a printer." That is that. Where did the gun come from? Where did the pew pew come from? Eugene said, "How did we get the manifesto so fast, but it took months to get the trans shoe zero tur?" I know. It's quite interesting how all this works. They say that the manifesto was left in a backpack he left at the scene. But I will say this all happened quite quickly. And as I told you before, don't forget about the drone sightings that are happening all over the country. And I just got news today that there's more drone sightings in different parts of the country. Alleged manifesto. Journalist Ken Klippenstein published what he claimed to be the full text. Luigi's alleged 262-word handwritten documents characterized in numerous reports as a manifesto. On December 10, 2024, in the document, Luigi directly addressed federal law enforcement, stating he acted alone and that his methods involved elementary social engineering, basic CAD, and a lot of patience. He referred to the spiral notebook containing notes and to-do lists, mentioned his tech was locked down due to his engineering work, and apologized for causing strife or traumas while insisting it had to be done. According to New York Times, the mention of CAD apparently relates to the process of 3D printing and ghost gun parts. So it's saying that he made the gun parts, allegedly. I understand, Eugene. I get what you're saying. You're right on. Manifesto. Hilarious, Duke. The note characterized healthcare executives as parasites who had it coming and criticized the U.S. healthcare system, noting that despite it being the most expensive in the world, America ranked roughly 42nd in life expectancy. It specifically mentioned United Healthcare's market capitalization, describing it as one of the largest U.S. companies behind only Apple, Google, and Walmart. Luigi argued that while many individuals had unlimited and corruption, the greed within American healthcare system decades ago, the problems have continued to persist. Luigi wrote that it was not an issue of awareness at this point, but clearly power games at play, coinciding by describing himself as the first to face it with such brutally honesty. Exactly, Sarah. Right. I know. I know, Eugene. I know. A lot of these people come from wealthy families that do these things. Like Karl Marx was wealthy family. So was Frederick Engels, Lenin, Trotsky. They were from wealthy families. Many of the communists were. Now, he's not a communist, but just other communists that I've researched. Now, Stalin was the only one that came from humble beginnings. Stalin came from humble beginnings. He was basically like a street thug. That's what he was. He was gangster. Possible motives and views. The current investigator theory of motive is ill will towards the health insurance industry. Police believe the motive was related to an injury that Luigi had suffered that caused him to visit the emergency room in July 2023. So he's saying that an injury that happened. Online photos posted by Luigi showed screws in his back. Luigi had spondylolisthitis, a lower back condition. Sources told CBS they believed Luigi had resentment toward the United Healthcare as well as other insurance companies. He was also not insured by United Healthcare. New York Police Chief of Detectives Joseph Kenny believes Luigi may have targeted them because of the company size. All right, Eugene. Blessings to you and thank you for coming. Duke says he couldn't have been too injured riding his bike and hiking. He's just a drain weasel. Police believe that Luigi was inspired by Ted Kaczynski's Industrial Society and Its Future. Luigi account posted on Goodreads review of Industrial Society and Its Future describing Kaczynski as rightfully imprisoned and was critical to use of violence on innocent individuals. And Luigi's account posted a Goodreads review of Industrial Societies and Its Futures. So Luigi described Kaczynski as rightfully imprisoned and was critical of his use of violence against innocent individuals. The review, which gave the manifesto 4 out of 5 stars, also contained a quote by the reviewer claiming he had found online. The quote contains lines of violence never solved anything. The statement uttered by cowards and predators, and when all forms of communication fail, violence is necessary to survive. It doesn't really say, I don't really recall it saying anything about who gave him the book. But if that's what you heard me say, that's probably what it was. According to the Business Insider, Maguni's social media posts showed apparent frustrations with medical field, skepticism of doctors, and supported the idea that his worldview was influenced by reactionary right-wing thinkers, of course. Luigi showed skeptical attitudes towards both Joe Biden and Donald Trump, while showing apparent support for Robert F. Kennedy. I like RFK. I think he's cool, but I mean, I'm on the other train. Run for president. So he supported RFK's presidency in 2024. But the Trump train. Time magazine said it could not tell whether he was left or right wing. This is something I want y'all to know, okay? The left and the right wing overlap each other in certain situations. Like the revolutions that happened. I mean, in that time it was left wing, and in this time period, the regular people seem to support the right wing, and the establishment is the left wing. So everything's quite skewed, especially in the modern day West politically. There's things that Karl Marx said that were right wing or conservative today. There's things that are left wing that the Tsar supported, maybe, and some, it's just everything's now black and white. So there may have been political things to the left and the right that he may have agreed with, because sometimes the opinions overlap. Like Karl Marx believed in gun rights, and the Tsar was actually the one that wanted to raise the taxes on the rich, and that may have caused an inflation problem. But you'd think it's not all black and white. History isn't black and white. In America, America's a lot of views in all different areas. America will view things black and white with a lot of things. But a lot of things are just somewhere in the middle. Exactly. And they have an expression that a broken clock can be right twice a day. And yeah, but no, Lenin, Mao, they all were pro gun. But as I said, communism, when they take over, they do this thing where they go on they become the elites themselves, and it causes a bad situation. For instance, the Soviet Union economy was horrid, and the the economy was very bad, especially towards the end when the collapse happened, because you would have these people that would have this problem where they couldn't be fired. They couldn't really. There was no like money and food. It was just everything was going downhill towards the end, and the Soviet Union was very focused on nuclear weapons and doing things of supporting their military, and they weren't really focused on their people. I mean, that was not the dream that they were trying to do. They were trying to have the Russian people have the collective ownership of production and have like a utopia, but it didn't end up that way. You'll have party oligarchs. You'll have party members that'll become the elite. I mean, it's like a worse situation. I mean, you could have a small village or or a little group of people that could do it, but like look at Jim Jones. I mean, he was supposed to be a communist utopia, and look what he did. It was basically like a form of slavery, really. That's really like what it is. But I'm not saying like there's like a society where everybody like the Smurfs, where everybody like works together for the common good and everybody's happy. I mean, I'm sure you could have a little group of people that could do that, but on a large scale, it doesn't work out that way. Wealthy drained weasel. Sarah said a wealthy weasel. Duke said smashy smashy clock, and the sun never comes out in Russia. Gray and overcast skies. Facts. Shut out the rebel at just at the right time. Thank you, Rebel. I'm glad you're here with us. And Rebel and I, during the Thanksgiving break, I remember we talked about Jim Jones and watching some documentaries about him. And I studied about him when I was like a teenager. I learned about him. And yeah, he was certainly a psychopath. And his son talked about it, and a survivor talked about Jonestown, and Jim Jones would tell the people about he was like Lenin, and he was creating a utopia, and he was also a Christian thing, but it wasn't a Christian thing. So they would have a con artist that would pretend they're injured, then they get better, and people would believe it. And also, he took people's free will away, and people couldn't leave. He didn't believe in God. He was just a crook. He was an imposter. And he did the group self-deletion. Rebel, I'm doing very good. I'm enjoying doing the stream, the late night special, and Sarah has been missing in action for 3 months, and she's finally came back to us. Amen. So I'm very delighted, and also my friend Primal came in, and I'm delighted to see him too. I've been very blessed. I hope that you're doing good too, Rebel. Yes, he had helpers to go along with the scam. And like say you have an instance where he had his little army. He had like a clique of people, just like Hitler with his SA, or with the Red Army that the communists had. He had his people to enforce it. Yeah, he was beyond cringe. And he was telling the black people that the Americans were going. This is so funny. The irony is so funny. The Lord is very good at having people expose themselves. Yeah, you'll have two, and a third one is a bonus. All right, I like that. That was funny. So basically, he was telling them that America was going to put the black people in concentration camps like what Hitler did to the Jewish people and other groups Hitler attacked as well. But you know what? When you take people to a secluded place in the middle of a jungle in South America, guarded by people with pew pews, and you're enclosed in this like cage, put a clown nose on and a clown hair on. Congratulations. All those people are basically in a concentration slave camp. They always do stuff like this. They'll go and tell you, we're going to save you from this group of people that's going to do such and such to you, but we're really the people that are actually doing that and putting you into a trap. Rebels said he had a bag of chicken guts wrapped in paper towels to fool people with the cancer cures. Ah, yes. That too as well. That too as well. Yes. Yes. It was a good article. Thank you, Rebel. And basically, another one another thing that happened was there's this other cult leader, and he did this thing where he was going to take all the people up, and they were going to go into my spaceship, but they all had to self delete each other. They all had to be self deleted and drink poison, and that's just stupid. It's like they didn't go to an alien spaceship. That's not how it works. Psychic surgery, People's Temple. I've heard of this. Is that in the Midwest? Shout out to you, Zero. Shout out to you. And Rebels said he paddled people. I'll now the exact location of the temple. We will say what it is. Let's see. Indianapolis. That's where it was. Defunct in 78. In Guyana. Yes. Yep. Yeah. I'll look him up. Heaven's Gate. All right, so this is Heaven's Gate. This one has to do with the that group of people that did self deletion to join a UFO. A UFO religion. Yeah. His name was Marshall Herf Applewhite Jr. I saw the whole like the video he did, and he'll take things from the Bible about Revelations and he'll twist it around. That's what evil does. They'll take the truth and they'll twist it just ever so slightly to make it, not what it's supposed to be. That God doesn't intend people to self-delete themselves to go to a certain place. That's not how it works. Rebels said they fled to Guyana. Thanks. Rebels says the People's Temple started in Indiana. First, that's when Jim Jones was born. Then they uprooted west to San Francisco. Then, when all the heat got on him, how he treated his members, they fled to Guyana. They were Duke said they were castrated, did it themselves. Now it's time to write. Hilarious, Duke. And the guy, yeah, and also that he would talk about the Earth being recycled soon, and they were going to be put in this UFO, and they're going to join the aliens. And this one, the cause of suicide is suffocation. They had some balls until they didn't. Yeah. And New Age movement. Yeah, like look at this guy's eyes again. It's like look at this guy's face. Like what's going on there? His videos on YouTube, and I think the website still exists from somewhere on the in the interwebs. It exists still, but yeah, he in his crazy eyes, his aura was very dark gray. Like he was very evil. He was twisted. Doesn't mean Sonic the Great Aura is evil, but I'm saying like this one was really bad. Like Sarah, his eyes look demonic. His eyes look like he's just still a puppet. Like you just telling me about demons attaching themselves to people. That's where you got right there. Nope, that's true, Duke. That's true. Rebels said Jim Jones was on the whole another level of manipulation. He had backing from high level Democrats, including Dianne Feinstein and man himself, Willie Brown. Well, there you go. Exactly. Yep, that's true. That's true. I remember that from what you showed me, Rebel. And also, yeah, and then you had this group of people that came to Jonestown to try to bring people back. And also, I think that it's very good that they try to do that, but it didn't work out well. And basically, Leo Ryan was the senator that was trying to bring the people back to the United States that want to come back home. And him and all of the group of people and some of the relatives of the people that were there and some people that decided to leave were all deleted by his group of thugs in Jonestown. He was very brave. Along with the rest of them, all of them, not just the politician, the group that came down there were very brave. Yeah, evil running around the government. When Jimmy Carter was running for president, they bust in a whole families to find support for him, just like they did with Kamala. There you go. Nothing new under the sun. Rebel, nothing new. You're right, Duke. I got that mixed up. Yeah, the congressman. Thank you. And it was a congressman that was deleted, not the senator. I got it mixed up for a second. And so the congressman was deleted along with the rest of the group, and basically, I think that they're very brave people. Rebels says those people went into the lion's den. They knew go back. They might go bad, but they underestimated his psychological hold he had on those people. Absolutely, totally agree. Duke said some no-name drain weasel congressman. Sarah said Willie Brown, Kamala, Diddy, Carter, cults just keeps on connecting and repeating. Facts. Absolutely, Duke. And Rebel, I'll read you this part about. We're also reviewing about the Brian Thompson killing when Luigi deleted the CEO, and I was saying that according to that skeptical attitude, so the Luigi, the alleged perpetrator in this crime about deleting the CEO of United Healthcare, said that he had skeptical attitudes towards Joe Biden and Donald Trump while showing apparent support for Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s run for president in 2024. Time magazine said it could not tell whether he was left or right. The Spectator wrote that his worldwide view wasn't pinned to a standard left wing axis. His social media expressed concerns over the implications of prawn DEI programs, falling fertility rates, wokeism, secularism, the decline of Christianity, and the promoted traditionalist ideas. Rebels said they had many drills to prepare for any attack, forced to drink Kool Aid until it actually happened. He was conditioning them. Sarah says Carter and his wife consulted mystics, and didn't Reagan's wife had an astrologist in the White House staff? Yep. Yeah, I know. It's just this cultic stuff. I think it's just best to stay with the Christian things, because all this New Age stuff, they're all like linked with these different cults and things like that. Duke said, "Did you know that there was a failed hijacking the same day they caught Luigi in Mexico? A guy named Mario tried to hijack a plane to the U.S." Many social media. This is the reaction of the Luigi murder on social. The Luigi attack on social media. Online social media. Many social media users expressed their contempt for Thompson, United Healthcare, and nation's health insurance system, while expressing sympathy for and praising the assailant for his actions. Social media users shared personal stories of harm and death suffered as a result of claim denials and joked about deleting with memes and gallows humor. A popular comment on the nursing subreddit mocked Thompson's death by emulating the denial of coverage letters that Thompson's emergency care. Shortly after the event, two of the houses owned by Thompson's family were swatted. Wow. It's a Mario. Rebels says dude had a Twitter account since 2016, but only in 286 tweets. I call BS. Yeah, I understand. I understand. There's a lot of holes in this. I agree. Anthony Zenkus, a senior lecturer in the social work of Columbia University, said on social media, "Today we mourn the death of Brian Thompson, gunned down. Wait, I'm sorry. Today we mourn the death of 68,000 Americans who needlessly die each year so that insurance companies like Brian Thompson can become multimillionaires." On the physician told Daily Beast that they believed the perpetrator should be brought to justice, but they also stated that Thompson's role as CEO had led to great amounts of suffering and loss of life, which he described as one of the order of millions, adding that it is hard for me to sympathize when so many people have suffered because of his company. I heard Mario's story and thought for sure the Matrix was going to collapse. I can never olay those games right the same anymore. Dude, yes, the Truman Show. Screen captured some of his tweets. He wasn't with the woke agenda. Ah, right, right. Understood, Rebel. Right. You know, that's why they have a field day with this. Because he was not woke. They're going, you know, yeah, I understand where we're going with that. Within a week of the killing, the suspect had been hailed as a folk hero by many online. Internet users nicknamed the perpetrator the Adjuster or the Claims Adjuster. The McDonald's where Luigi was arrested as a result of a tip from a customer who alerted the employee after recognizing the suspect was review bombed. A rival tweet by a software engineer who provided information on how to find the assassin after examining data from City Bike's bike share program was called a snitch by some Twitter users. The suspect received internet attention for his physical appearance, resemblance to actors Timothy Chalamet, and some say Chalamet, Dave Franco, and Jake Gyllenhaal. Glenhall. Yeah, Princess Peach turned him in. Yeah, I know. After Thompson's deletion, United Healthcare's parent company, United Health Group, published a statement on Facebook detailing the deletion and their official condolences. Though the post comment section was deactivated, approximately 90,000 Facebook users responded to the post with haha or laugh reaction. Items and merchandise in support of Luigi were posted on Etsy and Amazon and other e-commerce sites before being removed. Yeah, Burger King saying they don't snitch is wild. I know. That Burger King guy tried to delete me once. Actually, my friends and I in the hood, when I was in my senior year, I would take my when my friend and I would go to McDonald's, would go to get something to eat, and we would I would take him to Burger King. Actually, and what gets me is his family are millionaires, medical fields. So why did he need insurance? Exactly. Duke said food poisoning. All right, my bro Zero says there was an experiment done with mice, where all of them got exactly enough food. It worked for the first and second and third generation. They let it go, and about sixth generation was when the mice stopped sharing. Thank you, Curse Zero. My nickname for you, Zero. That for that exactly. It just shows that the communist thing doesn't work. Right. That's very useful information. See, that goes with what I was saying earlier about how the communism or socialist utopia that Marx and them were talking about would never have worked. It's just human nature. They do crazy experiments on mice. That's true. Okay, Sarah. Okay. Yeah, save the chicken. Yeah, shout out to the chicken. Meal. Crowdsourcing fundraisers were also started by supporters of Luigi to cover his legal costs on GoFundMe. Before being removed, a a give sourcing of fundraisers were also started the support of Luigi to cover legal costs on GoFundMe. Before being removed, a Give Send Go fundraiser had remained live. As December 13, it has raised over 75,000. Other social media users linked Luigi's jail commissionary account soliciting donations for snacks, sodas, and iPads, etc. In an interview with CNN's Cataline Collins, Luigi defense attorney Thomas Dickey responded that, quote, the Supreme Court says that these rich billionaires can give all kinds of money to candidates, and that's free speech. So maybe these people were exercising their right to free speech and saying that's the way they're supporting my client. Hola Latina. And ironically, right when Sarah leaves to help the chicken, Latina comes right in the chat. But she'll see you in a few, Latina. I'm glad to have Sarah with us in the chat. And Merry Christmas to you, Latina. Thank you for being with us here. Rebel says they also experimented on feeding them the typical American diet, and eventually they got so stupid they couldn't find their place, safe space, back out of the water. Oh. They also experimented on them, feeding them the typical American diet. The comment repeated itself. It's all right. All right. So yeah. So thank you, Rebel, for that information. The BBC reported the lack of pity for Thompson expressed online seemed to bridge the political divide. That is true. A lot of people have been united in this situation on two different political spectrums over this. Proponents, conservative commentators like Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh, received online backlash from their viewership for condemning the criticism of Thompson and for portraying it as exclusively a leftist sentiment. The New York Contagion Research Institute found that out of the top 10 most engaged tweets that mention Thompson or United Health, 6 of the posts explicitly support the deletion or criticize Thompson. Some highlighted comments called for the further assassinations of CEOs and class war. A researcher of the institute said that the incident was framed as some opening blow to a class war. Praise for the deletion came across political spectrum. Now you have this. It's similar to Joker. They attribute it to the type of Alzheimer's due to the sugar. Ah, okay, Rebel, thanks. Yeah, this is Rebel's channel. I highly suggest subscribing to it. The Zenep Toof Exi, professor of Scientology and Public Affairs, Princeton University, and New York Times columnist, said the public reaction to Thompson's murder should ring all alarm bells and resemble the reaction to very high levels of corporate greed, exploitation, and economic inequality during the American Gilded Age, a period characterized by violent political movements and targeted corporate titans, politicians, judges, and others. To Icky further wrote, the concentration of extreme wealth in the United States has recently suppressed that of the Gilded Age, and that will be among politicians for push for broad public solutions appears to have all but vanished. I fear that instead of an era of reform, the response of this action, violence, and the widespread rage it has ushered into the view will be limited to other round of retreat by the wealthiest. And we have Duke's channel right here. Also, we showed Rebel, and now we have Duke right there. Subscribe to them. They're very cool people and have great content. Health insurance corporations. The United Health Group CEO Andrew Whitty defended the company's claim denial practices in an international video, which was leaked after the fatal shooting of Thompson recorded on December 5. The day after Thompson's death, Whitty emphasized the company's role in ensuring safe and appropriate care and that the insurance giant will continue to prevent unnecessary care. Some online comments made death threats in response, with Fortune pointing out United Health United Healthcare was twice the industry average for denied claims and that their policies contributes to the medical bankruptcies and lives lost due to denied care, highlight widespread anger at systematic issues with US healthcare. All right, and this is Latina's channel. She also has good content. Health insurance corporations, United Healthcare, Blue Cross Blue Shield, and CVS Health, which operates antenna and removed photographs and other information about their executive leadership from their website following Thompson's killing, managed to care provider Cient and canceled their operation in their person investigator investors days, which had been scheduled in December of 20 no December 12th. Instead, they planned a virtual conference in addition to the days following the Thompson deletion saw the surge in inquiries about the protective services. Security for CEOs and corporate executives, according to private security firm Allied Universal, Michael Sherman, a former chief medical officer at the Point 32 Health, justified the concerns of health insurance executives, saying it doesn't seem paranoid to worry that some who's had services denied that they may believe are important might be in an emotionally unstable state. Referring to an online response to Thompson's death, Jeffrey Sonnenfeld, who runs Yale affiliated Chief Executive Leadership Institute, said, "We've seen the frightening, uncanny conversation of anger and deranged people." One former health insurance executive was quoted by the Financial Times as saying that threats against health insurance companies are common, that we have time when you deny portion laser therapy for a kid with a seizures, and a parent would freak out. Another executive was quoted as saying, "What's most disturbing is the ability for people to hide behind their keyboards and lose their humanity." Latina says, I I haven't to Duke. I haven't seen you or Sarah in a while. I was gone from YouTube for most of the summer. Duke said thanks. Most of the subs on YouTube were purchased by another YouTuber, then stalked. He really did. And oh no, that bad person totally sounds like a wacko. And he invites stalkers, and he can be pretty nasty in person. Free will stalk the stalkers. And finally, Sarah reunites with Latina. Missed ya, thanks for the song. Yay. They've reunited. Sarah says, why gone stalked and SS taken That was fun, among other things, but yeah, such is over with. Amen, Sarah. Rebels said that one lady just got arrested from making threats to Blue Cross Blue Shield. They got her on record phone call retarded. Well, thank you, Rebel, for the update. Politicians, in response to the deletion, public officials, including Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Senator Amy Klobuchar, expressed dismay and offered condolences to the family. Walz said he knew Thompson. Outgoing Democratic House Representative Dean Phillips wrote, he was horrified by assassination of my constituent Brian Thompson this morning in New York City, and have his family in my prayers. In regards to the murder, Maryland State Delegate Nino Mangoni, who was the cousin of Luigi, said, our family is shocked and devastated by Luigi's arrest. We offer our prayers to the family of Brian Thompson. We ask people to pray for those involved. Reunited and it feels good. Karaoke time, Sarah. Yeah. Duke says insurance company was more than likely to give her the shaft, I bet, a claim. What's crazy about her situation is she is in the medical field herself, and most of her family is as well. Ironic, yeah. Commenting on Thompson's deletion in an interview on ABC's This Week on December 8, 2024, Democratic House Representatives Ko Kana said, quote, there is no justification for violence. He added that the public reaction to Thompson killing did not surprise him because we wasted hundreds of billions a year on healthcare administrative expenses that made insurance CEOs and wealthy stockholders incredibly rich, while 85 million Americans go uninsured or underinsured. On December 10, 2024, Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren said the visceral response from people across this country who feel cheated and ripped off and are threatened by the vile practices of their insurance companies should be a warning to everyone in the healthcare system. Violence is never the answer, but people can be pushed only so far. On December 12, Democratic Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez said, this is not to say that an act of violence is justified, but I think for anyone who is confused or shocked, appalled, they need to understand that people interpret and feel and experience denied claims as an act of violence against them. Rebel says, when you call them, you have no choice. Everybody is recorded. Understood. Yeah, I know. It's like, and she's doing that while being recorded, right? So basically, the recording, it just happens automatically. All right. Other stocks for United Health fell the week of the shooting and fell further 5.6 on December 11, 2024. Dominic Pinot, writing for the conservative National Review, cited surveys from Gallup Pacific Research Institute and Kaiser Family Foundation, where a majority of the respondents stated that they were satisfied with the medical care and current insurance plan to indicate what he perceived as disconnect between audiences praising Luigi and most Americans. Yeah, Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas, Latina, Sarah, Duke, Rebel, and Zero, and everybody else lurking and watching a replay. Merry Christmas. Duke says, I worked quality control for a call center. He worked there. I just listened to the incoming calls all day. I've heard all sorts of rude stuff from customers. Ah, so the customers aren't really that nice. David Kasavinsky, the brother of the Unabomber Ted Kavinsky, expressed concern over his late brother's apparent influence on the Luigi, stating, "It really gives me a great deal of personal pain to think my brother's actions have in any way contributed to the influencing a man like this to delete an innocent human being." It's Ted Kak Zwinski, by the way. You know, the guy, the bomber. And Zero says, I did some research a few back and found out Bah Humbug means celebrate as you choose. Bah Humbug. Yeah, facts. Facts. All you Maru fuckers ate crazy is ramen restaurant. Facts, Latina. I like that. Foo 7. Yeah. Independent journalist Ken stated that numerous major media outlets have refused to publish Luigi alleged manifesto despite being in possession of it, writing my queries to the New York Times, CNN, and ABC explained their rationale for New York Times, directed their staff to dial back on showing photographs containing Luigi's face. Engadget reported that moderators of subreddits on Reddit were instructed to remove posts and links containing Luigi's alleged manifesto. A Reddit spokesperson said that the posting the alleged manifesto violates companies' violent content rules. Thanks, Sarah, for that. Thanks. A week after the shooting, a woman in Florida was arrested and charged after allegedly saying, "Delay, deny, dispose, you people are next," to representatives of Blue Cross and Blue Shield after her claim was denied. Scared. Scared. Hilarious. All right. So, Sarah, I covered the whole thing about Luigi for you. All right. Yeah, Sarah, understood. Understood. You're welcome, Sarah. You're welcome. Talk about the drones. And Latina says, "Too bad you butchered it. If the pronunciation of the ramen restaurant." Well, Latina, I didn't know you joined the grammar police. I didn't know that, and I'm glad that you informed me about that. But you gotta remember, Latina, I'm just an alien from another planet. I don't know all these earthling words, and you're always patient with me. But as I said, I may not know all the earthling words at the moment, and I didn't know that that was even a real restaurant. I didn't even know that was a restaurant. Yeah, thanks, Zero. Thank you. Yeah, thanks, chat. And thanks, chat. And also, yeah, shout out to y'all. That was funny. And basically, basically, what's going on is that you're having these drone sightings that are happening in different parts of the United States. So they are appearing in New Jersey and London, and also I'm seeing that they're appearing over parts of New Jersey. I mean Maryland. They're appearing in different besides New Jersey and London. They're being seen in different areas. So exactly, Rebel. And I got caught red-handed. Red-handed. Although I'm a gray and a green alien, I got caught red-handed. It's like the spaceship will temporarily have to be abandoned. Grammar police will not leave me in peace. I like the conflict. I say no good grief. I sowed what I reaped. It's time to get out of the spaceship sheets and learn some more Earthling grammar. Drill it in my head, not with an Earthling hammer. For the 401 joke. Alright, Latina, you could call in a moment. I want to talk about these drones for a second, and then you could call in. I don't mind. Yeah, so basically, you have these drones that are appearing in these different areas and they're appearing in different parts of the world too. I mean, parts of the London and the United States, and there's dispute about what these things are exactly, and there's a possibility. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. Yeah, so basically, there's these UFOs, these UAPs that are appearing, and that there's so Sarah. The theories are that they're either some sort of thing from Iran allegedly, or our own government is using these drones for some sort of drill surveillance, or they're doing it, or they're Chinese drones that were put here that were being hijacked by the other country. And also, you have these right here. You know, basically, he basically had this situation where they possibly could be. So the theory about them being UFOs, UAPs. So Sarah saw a sighting in the '90s of a UFO event, and it was very similar to how some of these things are flying in orbit. And it's possible that they could be controlled. They could be appearing as Earthling drones, but they're really from another planet. They could be hijacked by the aliens. They could be used from aliens from another planet. They really could. It's possible that that could be the case. So that is the UFO theory of that they could be appearing as that. Or same thing, the fallen angels can appear pretty much as anything. But the most likely thing it possibly may be is either our own country or some other country or some other group doing this. And we're still in the dark about it, but it's possible it could go either way. Yes, exactly. Demonic parasites. Yes, Latina. And Sarah says, vote USA Gov in cahoots with. Yep. As I said, they and sometimes the aliens and the governments are in cahoots with each other. Also, that's another theory for a technology exchange. So it could still have to be linked. It could be linked with them somehow. But as I said, the government could be doing something. It could be from some other country. They let a giant balloon fly over the whole country, so why not let these things fly over the country? The FBI hasn't really shot them down or anything. And, would they have taken them out already if they're a threat to national security? It just really all depends. Sarah says it was a huge stadium-sized black triangle with these kind of drones around its edges. More, but it's said for now. Yes, thank you, Kurt. Thank you, Zero. Right, and also a sound like RFK for a second. Yeah, the Greada Treaty is a treaty with the extraterrestrials to exchange for technology and things like that. Right. Yeah, so they're appearing in these different places. Nancy Pelosi's drug dealing crypt keeper granny. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I know the crypt keeper. Yeah, the crypt keeper has got to go. Yeah, and these are a halo of where the sightings are happening. Okay, yeah. So that these are just basically some of an area of where the sightings are happening. It does remind me of the UFO incidences, even if they aren't UFOs themselves. It's quite crazy. Rebels says it's pretty convenient that Nancy Fall was not caught on tape, or the picture conveniently happened while she was out of the country. W2F, I thought Nancy falling was a joke from a live stream I was only half able to pay attention to. You got pardoned, you got pardoned, you got pardoned, Biden. Okay. The great white hero, the great white hope, Trump. Somebody needs to take a crap and drive away again. Alien, remember when I told you of that metal insectoid or drone? Yes. We've seen in 2012. These can be anything or many things. I agree, Sarah. I think that it's possible they could be something else that we can't explain. I agree. You know, very bizarre. You know, what would be the point of a government from some other country putting surveillance on us when there's Google Maps and Google Earth? They don't even need to do this. Yeah, puppet politics. He just don't want to get arrested. All right. Nancy made 10 million in 1 week from insider trading, but I ain't one gossiping, so you ain't heard it from me. We didn't hear it from you. I heard it from somewhere else on the interwebs. All right. So Latina wants to call in so we can have her on the show. I don't mind. Let's see. Latina says, Sarah, hey everybody, did y'all hear either Rogan or PBD showing how Kamala starting to look like Mad Max, Maxine Waters during her speech about don't let anybody take your dream away looking drunk? I didn't see their commentary on that, but that makes perfect sense. We'll check it out. Okay, Latina, you could call in if you want. If you need the number, Latina, you let me know. Hillatry and use. Yes. Latina says Rebel. She probably was so high on that ganja. Rebel says that one where she had the red suit or the blue suit. Duke said, I think PBD is weird, and I'm pretty weird, so that's saying a lot. Hilarious. Okay, so is she gonna do it or not? All right. Was it in her cocaine in the White House or Hunter's? That's a good question. It was it was hers, but she bought it from Hunter. I guess we're not doing that right now. Okay. We'll continue. All right. Yeah, yeah. Okay, you still want to do it. All right, we're going to put this stuff back up. Okay. All right. Zero says we will become unburdened by what has become. We will become unburdened by what has become. We'll become unburdened by what has become. Facts. I agree. If you will still want to call into the show and do a ramen joke, Latina, feel free to do it now. All right. All right.
Hello.
Hello, Latina.
So, all you Marufukus are so crazy. I mean, apes so crazy.
Yes.
It's called Marufuku. So I just think it's really funny because when I left the restaurant, saying bye to the waiters and everybody that was in there, I waved and I said, "Bye, thanks everybody. The food was delicious. God bless all you Marufukus." And then they thought it was funny and they laughed too. So it's Marufuku and then the plural is Marufukus. So it sounds like such a bad word, right? So that's the joke.
Okay.
Thank you for letting me call in.
You're welcome. All right. All right. Shout out to Latina for calling in and telling the joke, and I can understand it better. All right. Thank you. And also, yeah, I appreciate knowing the pronunciation and how it's all said. And basically, it's always good to have jokes like that. And I like eating ramen, it's very good. And thank you, Sarah, for the suggestion about her calling in and saying that. And fixing the microphone and all. And turning this back off. And doing some gymnastics here. Okay, okay. Going down. Going down. Alright. So now we'll go back to the other screen. Alright. Same trades we do before. Oh, right, right. Understood, Sarah. Hilarious, Rebel. Hilarious. All right, so we got this. You know, these different drones that are everywhere, causing people distress. Scared. That's funny, Duke. Yeah, so that is a story about the drones that are going on, and that is an unknown situation. We're in times where we don't really know what's going on. There's unknown motives of Luigi. There's unknown motives of the drones. This is a defendant who's a disgraceful piece of garbage. He deleted his wife and cut her up, and he was found guilty today, and we're all glad in the trial chat that he was found guilty. This disgraceful woman, she doesn't even deserve to call a woman, she's a savage. She deleted her kid and mutilated her body, and she was found guilty today too. So those were two verdicts that my trial chat and I were satisfied with today. All right. Okay. So, looking at bad mofo UAPs. Exactly, exactly. Yeah, exactly, Duke. Exactly. She and he will do. They'll both do well in prison. Right. Hang out. Right on, Rebel. Right on. And Sarah, something that I was touching on in the other stream is that about these manifolds, and I was talking to Latina and them about it yesterday. So, you know, these are like these type of shapes, and it has like a Cinderellic. It has they have like cylinders to them, and these kind of shapes remind me of UFOs and stuff that we see. Duke says crime's so terrible they take you straight to the big house. Exactly. Yeah, some of them probably prefer EOS. Oh, Sarah, yeah, that sounds cringe. Yeah, and also what I think about the manifolds, it's good to see the geometry about these things and how they work because when I was learning about manifolds, you can't like unsee it. It's just something that you will see all the time, and you see it everywhere in these different spherical shapes. Yeah, and also the shape shifting, absolutely. And also, I see Zero asked me something. Did you ever watch the video where Neil Grassman gets Chuck walk through a hole in a piece of paper? Yes, I did see it. I did see it. That was very good. That was hilarious. Thank you for telling me about it. That was pretty cool. Yeah, so they basically do shape shifting and stuff like that. And I talked about it with Latina and them the other day. But like a manifold is a topological space that is locally Euclidean around every point. Euclidean around every point. There is a neighborhood that is topologically the same as open unit Ballin. To illustrate this idea, consider the ancient belief that Earth was flat, concentrated with modern evidence that it is round. Thanks, Sarah. So, these are some examples of them, and they're used in pipes, sort of like how an engine would look. That's a manifold. And this is one too. And then these are some other examples of it. A type of spherical type space. Some things are manifolds, some things aren't manifolds. Rebel said, I bought my dog toys that look like the top right to the corner. Oh, that's very cool, Rebel. Yeah, yeah, because those are type of the manifolds. So when I was learning about manifolds, you can't unsee it. You'll see it everywhere. And thanks for that, Rebel. And also, you have basically these things, in my opinion, can look like dog toys and different type of things you give to pets or people. And basically, like if you're doing car mechanic stuff or car repair, I'm sure you would see these kind of shapes all the time. Yes, that's true. And like this is an engine. You know, there's manifolds in an engine. Let's see. One more little thing. Okay, going up it again. Okay. Okay. So basically you have these different things, intake of the manifolds, and you have these different engines and stuff, and you have the fallen angels taught humans about all these different things, which basically they were the aliens. In automotive engineering, an exhaust manifold collects exhaust gases from multiple cylinders into a pipe. The word manifold comes from Old English word field, from Anglo-Saxon manig, many, and feld, fold, refers to the folding together of multiple inputs and outputs, and contrasts the Intel intake manifold supplies of a cylinder. Carb sits on the manifold. Manifolds, what are they? I'm familiar with engine version. Oh, you're familiar with the engine version. And Sarah says I'll have to get a subscription to that or Rosetta Stone and purchase lifetime subscription. That's awesome, Latina. And shout out to you. Going to the main thing about manifolds, which we'll get it up right here. In mathematics, a manifold is a topological space that locally resembles a Euclidean space near each point. More precisely, an n-dimensional manifold, or an n-manifold for short, is a typological space with the property that each point has a neighborhood that is homomorphic to the open subset of the Euclidean space. So you have these, like, say, like Earth. So put it in layman's terms, Earth, for instance, is a manifold. It's just a giant sphere. And also pi is essential in an equation about a manifold. So it has to do with various sphere or cylindrical shapes. Like, for instance, this shape has a circle in it. Yet it's not really a circle, it's another type of shape. So it's these types of shapes with a circle, a cylindrical form to it, a spherical form. They're basically various globular objects. One-dimensional manifolds include lines and circles, but not self-crossing curves such as in Figure 8. Two-dimensional manifolds are also called surfaces. Examples include the plane, the sphere, and torus, and also the Klein model and the real projective plane. The concept of a manifold is central to many parts of geometry and modern mathematical physics because it allows complicated structures to be described in terms of well understood topological properties of simpler spaces. Manifolds naturally arise as solution sets of systems of equations and as graphs of functions. The concept has applications in the computer graphics given the need to associate pictures with the coordinates and the scale. Duke says, I do all my own mechanical work. He doesn't trust shops anymore. Duke says he could rip the engine down to nothing and put it back together and it'll work. That's awesome. Manifold can be equipped with additional structures. One important class of manifold are differentiable manifolds. The differentiable structure allows calculus to be done. Riemannian metric on manifold, or Riemannian rather, metric on manifold allow distances and angles to be measured. Symplectic manifolds serve as phase spaces. Hamilton formalism of classical mechanisms, mechanics, while four-dimensional Lorentzian manifolds model space-time and general relativity. That was a mouthful. It's basically saying there's different types of manifold structures in various different fields and various different spaces. These type of cylindrical spheres, these type of spheres exist in these different areas. That's true. The study of manifolds requires working knowledge of calculus and topology. I never took calculus, but there's this dude that was a student, and then he became a teacher. He's a good friend of mine. He's pretty cool. And I asked him like a brief explanation of calculus, and it just has to do with like circles and stuff. And different shapes and the change of different things. Alright, so this is like a sphere. These are like, a manifold. It's like the Earth, the globe. Back in the day, love calc. Yeah, awesome, Sarah. Awesome. Duke said, yes, it is. People ask me all the time to fix their cars. I've learned no is the answer. After a line, a circle is the simplest example of a topological manifold. Like I was saying before, Rebel, that in layman's terms, the most simplest explanation of a topological manifold, which is a variation of it, is a circle. Topology ignores bending, so a small piece of circle is treated the same way as a small piece of line. Considering, for instance, the top part of the unit circle where the y-coordinate is positive, indicated by the yellow arc figure, any point of the arc can be uniquely described by x-coordinate, so the projection onto the first coordinate is continuous and invertible mapping from the upper arc of the open interval. That is also true, Duke. That is also true. At the same time, absolutely. Rebel says, I have a fascinating interview y'all can watch at your leisure if you want. It's with the smartest man alive, 210 IQ." And Sarah says, yeah, Duke, Latina, "I do not even thought there are a lot with my name. Sometimes it's Raul Duke or Duke Raul. Different spelling." That's pretty cool. Such functions, along with the open regions they map, are called charts. Similarly, there are charts for the bottom. And there are charts for the bottom red and left blue and right green in parts of the circle. So such functions, along with the open regions they map, are called charts. Similarly, there are charts for the bottom red, blue, and green, and these different parts of the circle, X, Y, Y. Thank you, Rebel, for that. Thank you, Rebel, for the interview. Latina in the hood. Latina in the hood. Together, these parts cover the whole circle and the four charts from the Atlas circle. The top right charts, X top and X right, respectively, overlap in their domain. Their intersection lies in the quarter of the circle where both X and Y coordinates are positive. Both map this part, the interval, though differently. Thus, the function 0, 1 yields 0, 1, X right, X top, -1 can be constructed, which takes values from the co-domain of X top back to the circle using the inverse, followed by X right back to the interval if A is any number of 0 then 1. Latina, I've been there before, but not much. But I'll go check them out again. It's been a while since I've looked at them. There's just so many streams that I'm on. I just it's the time for anything is just like really difficult. But if I'll go look at him at some point when he goes live. I've looked at him before. The top, bottom, left, and right charts do not form. The only possible Atlas charts need to be geometric projects, and the number of charts is a matter of choice considering the charts. X minus xy equals s plus y plus 1 plus x. It's like this is a geometric table. And also, these are figures about how you measure the circle. And this is like the equation for it. X plus xy equals t. And there's y over 1 and x. Here's a slope of the line through the point of coordinates x and y. And fixed pivot point -1 and 0. Similarly, t is the opposite of the slope of the line through the points of coordinates and +1 and 0. The inverse mapping from the s to x given by 1 minus 8 squared over 1 plus 2 plus 8 squared, and y is 2s over 1 plus s squared. It can be confirmed that x squared and y squared for all the values of s and t. These two charts provide a second atlas for the circle with the transcript map. T equals 1 over s. That one has relation between a t for every point where s and t are both non-zero. Each chart omits a single point, either -1 and 0 for s or +1 and 0 for t, so neither chart alone is sufficient to cover the whole circle. It can be provided that t is not possible to cover the full circle with a single chart. For example, although it is possible to construct a circle from a single line interval by overlapping and gluing the ends, this does not produce a chart. A portion of the circle will be mapped to both ends at once, losing invertibility. KFC saying should be eating hood in the neighborhoods. Alright, so the sphere. The sphere is an example of a surface, unit sphere of an implicit equation, x squared plus y squared plus z squared 1 equals 0. May be covered by an atlas of the 6 charts. The plane z equals 0 divides the sphere into 2 half spheres, z and 0 and 0 greater than z and z greater than 0, which may be both mapped by the disk x squared plus y squared by the projection of the xy plane of coordinates. This provides the 2 charts of the 4 other charts that are provided by similar construction with 2 other planes. As with the circle, one may define one chart that covers the whole sphere excluding one point. Thus, 2 charts are sufficient, but the sphere cannot be covered by a single chart. This example is historically sufficient as it has motivated the terminology. It became apparent that the whole surface of Earth cannot have a plane represent consisting of a single map called a chart, and therefore needs atlases for covering the whole Earth surface. So you see, that is like a sphere, those orbs, or a UFO. This is the type of math that the extraterrestrials, fallen angels, put into their machines. They had to use this type of math to do that. And they also gave this type of information to the humans. Earthlings. I didn't see that, but I'll go and look at that. Thanks, Rebel. Other curves, manifolds need to be connected all in one piece. An example is a pair of separate circles. Manifolds need to be not be closed, thus line segment without its endpoint is a manifold. They are never countable unless the dimension of a manifold is zero. Putting these freedoms together, examples of manifolds are parabola, hyperbola, and locus of points in the cubic curve. Absolutely alien to use man to get themselves off the planet again. It's okay, Sarah. It's all good. Yeah, I agree. I think they're going to get out. This implies that either the point is an isolated point or it is a neighborhood homomorphic to the open ball. This implies also that every point has a neighborhood homomorphic r squared, though Rn and Rn is homomorphic and even diffeomorphic to any open ball for 0 greater than n. And also the headmaster of my school is a geometry teacher. It's a very interesting topic. And he was very old. And shout out to him. And also, it's interesting to see how these shapes and these different things work. All these years later, after they were the Egyptians, and they did stuff by mapping constellations and things. It was very, very intriguing how they're able to do these things and come up with this stuff. Rebel says a judge postponed the resentencing hearing from December 24 to January 30 and 31 in 2025 to allow the new district attorney Nathan Hodgman time to familiarize himself with the case. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, Rebel, thanks for the information. Oh, the server's back up. Thank you, Zero, for letting us know. Yes, also navigating the waters. That was also what it was used for. The Vikings, used the stars to navigate waters. Yes. The spherical Earth is navigated using flat maps or charts collected in an atlas. Similarly, manifold can be described using mathematical maps called coordinate charts collected in mathematical atlas, it is not generally possible to describe a manifold with just one chart because the global structure of the manifold is different from the simple structure of the charts. For example, the single flat map can represent the entire Earth without the separation of adjacent features across the map's boundaries or duplication of coverage. When a manifold is constructed from multiple overlapping charts, the regions where they overlapped carry information essential to understanding the global structure. George is a fuzzy head dog. Help me get out of the bog. I roast all the haters because they're just cogs. Word. Also, the atlases. The description of the manifolds require more than one chart. Specific collection of charts which covers a manifold is called an atlas. An atlas is not unique, as manifolds can be covered in multiple ways using different combinations of charts. Two atlases are said to be equivalent to their union. Also, the atlas containing the possible charts consistent with the given atlas is called a maximal atlas, an equivalent class containing the given atlas. Unlike the ordinary atlas, the maximum atlas of a given manifold is unique, though itself for definitions. It is an abstract object and not used directly. Calculations. Yeah, we use them all the time in the trial chat. Alright. Those are some other type of manifolds like you have in a pipe, like a plumber would use. Shout out to the plumbers. Manifold with a boundary is a manifold with an edge. For example, a sheet of paper is a two manifold with a dimensional boundary. The boundary of an n manifold with boundary is n minus 1. Manifold disk, circle plus interior, is a two manifold with boundary. Its boundary is a circle 1 manifold square. With interior also two manifold with a boundary. A ball sphere plus interior is a manifold with a boundary. Its boundary is a sphere of 2 negative manifold. Like the Titanic, the big funnels. This kind of math was used to build those. Zero, I don't recall people giving others items in the game, though. I don't think that it doesn't work like that there. Nothing that I can recall from either version. I know the version now is the one that matters, but not that I can recall. Let me be. Okay, it says let M be a manifold with boundary. The interior of M denoted the int M is set of points in M which have neighborhoods of homomorphic to an open subset of R. The boundary of M denotes M is the complement of int M in M. The boundary points can be characterized as those points which land in the boundary hyperplane under some coordinate chart. If M is a manifold with a boundary of dimension n, there is int M is a manifold with boundaries of dimensions is a manifold with boundary dimension n, -1. Those are different charts. Construction: a single manifold can be constructed in different ways, each stressing a different aspect of the manifold, thereby leading to a slightly different viewpoint. Perhaps the simplest way to construct a manifold is the one used in the example above the circle. First, a subset of R squared is identified, and then an atlas covering the subset is constructed. The concept of manifold grew historically from the construction like this. Here is another example applying to the method to a construction of a sphere. A sphere can be treated almost the same way as a circle in mathematics. A sphere is just the surface of the solid interior. The sphere is two-dimensional. Each chart will map parts of the sphere to an open subset R squared. Consider the northern hemisphere, which is a part with a positive z coordinate. Color the picture on the right function x definition. Right, like a shape of a skull. Right. Maps northern hemisphere to the open unit disk by projecting it on the x and y plane. A similar chart exists in the southern hemisphere, together with the two charts projecting on the x and z plane, and two charts projecting on the y and z plane. An atlas of 6 charts is obtained which covers the entire sphere. This can be easily generalized to a higher dimensional spheres. Sarah says, I recall Dreamcast days, people attaching code to items as a joke would perpetual set the taker HP to 0. Yes, I was a victim. Age-old game hacking, old person randomly recalling useless stuff. Aw. That's unfortunate. There are a lot of evil people out there, especially take advantage of you. Is this really, people with, they don't have any manifolds. They don't have any, balls to them or anything. They're just, picking on people safe behind their keyboard. They're just pathetic. They have no manifolds. It is possible to define different points of manifold by the same point. This can be visual as gluing these points together in a single point, forming a coatent space. There is, however, no reason to expect such coatent spaces to be manifolds. Among the possible coatent spaces that are not necessarily manifolds, orbifolds, it's like I said, the orbs, and CW complexes are considered to be relatively well behaved. An example of the coatent space, a manifold that is also manifold, is the real projective space identified as a quotient space corresponding sphere. All right, so that is manifolds. We're talking about Christmas stuff also. So I was talking about this yesterday, Sarah, to the others, and we're going to go more into it. So basically, about Christmas, there was this king in Bohemia, and he was Wenceslas was his name, and he was like an Eastern European king. This has nothing to do with him. This is something else, but I'll show you like a little excerpt of it. Hold on a second. Let's do this real quick. All right. All right, so this was Wenceslas the first, the Duke of Bohemia, and he was in modern day Czechoslovakia. One of the last names I'm related to is a German name called Wetzel, and it has origins from this guy's name. It's a German version, but it has origins from this guy. And he was very similar to Santa Claus, and he had like the sleigh, and like he would dress like kind of like what Santa Claus would do. So, and he would give presents to poor children around the time of Christmas, around December 6th, but not Christmas specifically. And he was assassinated. I'm going to say that. No manifolds on that dude. Insert disgusted look. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was him. And so, for instance, this is a depiction of him, and he would be in the snow. He would give kids like presents and stuff. This is like an archetype to Santa Claus. That's delicious, Latina. And that was his book. This is like a song. And this is the song that, like, you would have like a piano and there was like the music behind it. Yeah, he was very, and that's like an elf. You know, very similar things these things are based off of. And he was a good Christian king. Yes, and there is a song for him. Yes, and that was the lyrics to the song. I wasn't like saying lyrics, but yeah, that's a book that has to do with the song lyrics. And he was a good Christian king. The Good King is a Christmas carol that tells a story of a 10th century king of Bohemia, Czech Republic, who goes on a journey braving harsh winter weather to give alms to a poor peasant on the feast of Stephen. During his journey, his page is about to give a struggle against the cold weather, but is enabled to continue by the following the king's footsteps, the king's footprints, step for step through the deep snow. I'll look that up in a moment. The legend is based on the story of Saint Wenceslas. His name reminds me of Hansel for some reason. Wenceslas, it sounds kind of similar to Hansel. In 907 to 935, who was not, in fact, a king. He was a duke. In 1853, English hymn writer John Mason Neale wrote the lyrics to collaborate with the music editor and O Feast of Stephen to the Good King. Yes, he had alien helpers. Yes. Referring to approvingly these hieroglyphs of a preacher from the 12th century wrote, "But his deeds I think you know better than I could tell you, for as I read his passion, no one doubts his rising every night from the noble bed, with bare feet and only one chamberlain. He went around to God's churches and gave alms to generously to widows, orphans, and those in prison and afflicted by every difficulty, so much so that he was considered not a prince, but the father of all wretched." Yes, absolutely. Amen. It's sheet music. And several centuries later in England, Pope Pius, who himself walked the 10 miles barefoot in the ice and snow as an act of pious thanksgiving. Alien spaceship. It always blows my mind how even in the year 1200 wasn't really that long ago, people can live almost 100 years. I know. Absolutely. I totally agree with you. You know, it's really not that long ago if you think about it, and people can just, nearly live 100 years. And I think that with these people, look at these people, everybody, how they believed in God very strongly. They had strong faith in God. And, but when they take the religion away, you get nothing but trouble. Mm-hmm. Point in the ages, dragons have an Aeon rule, 500 years turn. Yes, absolutely. That's true. Yes, in my opinion, yeah, 500 years. That makes sense. And this was the time closer to the time of King Arthur. This guy was around the same time Arthur was there. In my opinion, I think that's how it works. All right, so this is lyrics to the song. My league, he said, I cannot go on. The wind freezes my very blood. Pray you let us return. Seems it so much, asked the king. Was not his journey from heaven a wearier and a colder way than this? Otto answered not. Now, this is not necessarily lyrics to the song. In 1849, he published the Deeds of Faith stories to a children's church history. This is part of a story. This is part of a story. All right, so this is not the song, but parts of the story. But it's a melody. But it's also like a melody. So both are correct. Seems is so much, asked the king. Was not his journey from heaven a wearier and a colder way than this? Otto answered not. Follow me on still, said S. Wesselis. Only tread on my footsteps, and you will proceed more easily. The servant knew that his master spoke not at random. He carefully looked for the footsteps of the king. He set his own feet in the prints of the Lord's feet. Exactly, amen. The feast of Stephen is a Christian saint who was a martyr. He was a stoned, yeah. Okay, I got the answer. Shoo! God. Hello, Danny. Good to see. Gosh, I'm still alive. Hey, Danny. Good to see you. So the reason, okay, so according to legend, he was assassinated by his younger brother, Borlasis the Cruel. His brother assassinated him, and his brother was cruel. All right, try and get this thing to come through. Okay. You know what? I don't even have to do that. I'm just going to read it through this way. I can just read it through the phone. All right. All right. I'm going to read it through the phone. Yeah, Merry Christmas, Danny. So that is what happened to him, and his disgraceful brother deleted him. His martyrdom and popularity of several biographies gave rise to the reputation of the heroic virtue that resided in his sainthood. He was posthumously declared to be king and patron saint of the Ches state. He is the subject of a well-known god, the good King Wenceslas, a carol from Saint Stephen's. Okay. All right. Yeah, try to refresh. Mine's doing fine. All right, but with Latina, I'll read these lyrics. Basically, okay, I would do anything for love. I'd write into hell and back. I would do anything for love. I'll never lie to you. That's a fact. And in no way, and I would do anything. So this is lyrics Latina want me to read. All right, and I would do anything for love, but I would do that no matter. I won't do that. Anything for love. I would do anything for that. I'll do anything for love, but I won't do that. No, I won't do that. All right, so I read the lyrics for Latina. All right, so I read the lyrics for you, Latina, as you requested. You know, songs sound different when they're said. Yeah, I texted Amanda. I told her that you were going to be, that you were here. Hello, Super D. Good to see you. You're welcome, Latina. Lorraine Crosby. Yeah, Super D, we'll be going for a little while longer, then we'll end it. And I'm glad you're able to catch the last part of it. Oh, yeah, and she'll be looking forward to seeing you too. And we have a little bit more to go before we end it completely. And now I'm going to talk about what I talked about to some of the others yesterday. I'm talking about some Christmas stuff. We'll do it like towards the end. And Here we go. So this is a tradition. Welcome, Sarah. Father Christmas is the traditional English name for the personification of Christmas. Although now known as a Christmas gift bringer and typically considered to be synonymous with Santa Claus, he was originally part of a much older, unrelated English folklore tradition. The recognizably modern figure of the English Father Christmas developed in the Victorian period, but Christmas had personification for centuries before then. Oh, okay. Understood. Chat. English personifications of Christmas were first recorded in the 15th century when with Father Christmas himself first appearing in the mid 17th century in the aftermath of the English Civil War. The Puritan controlled English government had legislated to abolish Christmas and considering it popish. And I think it's going too far. I think Christmas is a fine celebration and had outlawed its traditional customs. Royalist political pamphleteers linking the old traditions with their cause adapted the old Father Christmas as a symbol of good old days of feasting and good cheer. Following the Restoration in 1660, Father Christmas' profile declined. His character was maintained during the late 18th and into the 19th century by the Christmas folk plays later known as memory plays. Until the Victorian times, Father Christmas was concerned with adult feasting and merrymaking. He had no particular connection with the children, nor with the giving presents, nocturnal visits, stockings, chimneys, and reindeer. But as later Victorian Christmases developed into the child-centric family festivals, Father Christmas became a bringer of gifts. Yeah, that's what they'll do, Sarah and Danny. There's a lot of demonic stuff going on, and attacking Christianity, definitely. The popular American myth of Santa Claus arrived in England in the 1850s, and Father Christmas started to take on Santa Claus's attributes by the 1880s. The new customs had become established, with the nocturnal visitor sometimes being known as Santa Claus and sometimes as Father Christmas. He was often illustrated wearing a long red hooded gown trimmed with the white fur. Yes, he did, Sarah. Amen. Most residual distinctions between Father Christmas and Santa Claus largely faded away in the early 20th century. In modern dictionaries, consider the term Father Christmas and Santa Claus to be synonymous. Early midwinter celebrations, the custom of merrymaking and feasting the Christmas tide, first appears in a historical record during the High Middle Ages, 1100 to 1300. This almost certainly represented a continuation of pre-Christian midwinter celebrations in Britain, of which, as the historian Ronald Hutton has pointed out, we all have no details at all. Personifications came later, and when they did, the reflection the existing custom. Super D says, where I live, the equivalent of Father Christos is always displayed as a blonde young woman, actually. Ah, I would think so. All right, thank you for sharing us. Thank you for sharing that with us, Super D. I was not aware of that. And you could elaborate more to the chat about that if you'd like. 15th century, the first English personifications of Christmas, the first known English personification of Christmas was associated with merrymaking, singing, and drinking. A carol attributed to Richard Smart, rector Plymtree in Devon, from 1435 to 1477, has Sir Christmas announcing the news of Christ's birth and encouraging his listeners to drink buvez bien par tiote la champagne. Make good cheer and right merry, and sing with us, now joyful Noel, Noel. Merry Christmas customs of the late Middle Ages incorporated both scared and secular themes. In Norwich, in January 1443, a traditional battle between the flesh and the spirit, and represented by Christmas and Lent, John Gladman, crowned and distinguished the King of Christmas, rode behind a pageant of the months disguised as a season required on a horse decorated with tinfoil. That's funny, Latino. 16th century feasting, entertainment, and music. In most of England, the archaic word Yule had been replaced with Christmas by the 11th century, but in some places, Yule survived as a normal dialect term. The city of York maintained an annual St. Thomas Day celebration of the riding of Yule and his wife, which involved a figure representing Yule, who carried bread and a leg of lamb. In 1572, the riding was suppressed on the orders of Edmund Grydal, the Archbishop of York, 1570 to 1576, who accompanied of the undecent and uncommonly distinguishing, which drew multitudes of people from divine service. Super D says, I think it started because they tried to find someone who looks like a child Jesus because it's called Christ kind, Christ child, and it's kind of turned into let's just have a hot woman. That's something else. Wow. Such personifications illustrating the medieval fondness for pageantry and symbolism extended throughout the Tudor and Straught periods, with Lord Misrule characters and sometimes called Captain Christmas, Prince Christmas, or the Christmas Lord, presiding over the feasting and entertainment in grand houses, university college, and inns of court. In his allegorical play, Summer's Last Will and Testament, written in about 1592, Thomas Nash introduced, for a comic effect, miserly Christmas, character who refused to keep the feast. He reminded he remained no, he reminded by summer of the traditional role he ought to play, Christmas, and how it chance thou comest now as the rest, accompanied with some music or some song. Merry carol would have graced thee well. Thy ancestors have used it here therefore. Puritan criticisms. Early 17th century writers used techniques of personification and allegory as means of defending Christmas from attacks by radical Protestants. Responding to a perceived decline in levels of Christmas hospitality provided by the gentry of Ben Jonson, The Christmas in His Mask, 1616, dressed as his old Christmas in an out-of-date fashion, Attrid, round house, long stockings, a close doublet, a high crowd, a hat with a brooch, a long thin beard, a truncheon, a little rufus, white shoes, his scarfs, and gaiters tied cross, surrounded by guards. Christmas asserts his rightful place at the Protestant Church and protests against attempts exclude him. Why, gentlemen, though you know what you do, would you ha kept me out the Christmas, old Christmas? All right, Danny gang, take care. Christmas, old Christmas, Christmas of London, and Capitaine Christmas. They would not let me in. I must come from another time. A good jest, as if I could come more than once a year. Why, I am no dangerous person, and so I told my friends. Oh, the guard. I am old Gargy, Christmas still, and though I come out of Pope's Head, alley a good Protestant as any I'm parish. And Super D says, we have like 4 different versions of Santa here, apart from the female one. We have a normal Santa Claus like the US. We have a Saint Nick and a Martin of Taurus. Super D says all of them mean presents for children on different days, from mid-November to late December, and all kind of displayed in the same way except for the child Jesus. Well, Super D, thank you for sharing that with us. And I know in the Nordic Germanic countries, including the royal family, the Christmas presents are opened on the day before Christmas. So in Europe, they have some different customs than we do over here. Glad you enjoyed that, Super D. I'm sure it was very nice, very fun. The stage directions of the Spring's Glory, a 1638 court masque by Thomas Nabis, state Christmas is personated by an old revered gentleman in a furred gown and cape Shrovetide Christmas dispute precedents. And Shrovetide issue a challenge. I say Christmas, you are a past date, you are out of almanac. Resignate precedents. And Shrovetide issue and challenge and say, I say Christmas, you are past date, you are out of the almanac. Resign. To which the Christmas responds, resign to thee. I that I'm a king of good cheer and feasting, though I come but once a year to reign over backed, boiled, and roast and plum porridge, will have being in despite of thy lordship. Latina, Merry Christmas to you. Thank you so much for being here and all that you do. Thank you, and good night to you, Latina. And Super D says, yep, the 24th of December is a day of the big and expensive presents. The rest are usually lots of candy. Thank you. Understood. Puritan Revolution enter the Father Christmas. The rise of Puritanism led to the accusations of. 1 minute, I gotta look at something. Oh, Rebel's still here. Of popery in connection with the reformation of Christmas. Let's see. Want to change this a little bit. Eclectic. Let's see. I'm coming back. All right. All right. That's pretty good. Yeah, right on. The rise of Puritanism led to the accusations of popery. They called it popery in connection with a Reformation Christmas traditions. When the Puritans took control of government in the mid 1640s, they made concentrated efforts to abolish the Christmas and outlaw its tradition of customs. For 15 years, around the 1644, before and during the interregnum of 1649-1660 celebration of Christmas in England was forbidden. The suppression was given greater legal weight from June 1647, when Parliament passed an ordinance of the abolishing of festivals, which formally abolished the Christmas in its entirety, along with the other traditional church festives of Easter and Whitsun. It was this context that royalist pamphleters linked the old traditions of Christmas with the cause of king and church. While radical Puritans argue the suppression of Christmas both in its religious and secular aspects. In his hands, the royalist pamphlet writers, Old Father Christmas served as a symbol of spokesman of the good old days, of feasting, of the good cheer, and became popular in Christmas tides. Defenders of the present him as a lamenting of the past times. You see, in this context, you have the Puritans going too far. You know, the Christmas celebration is fine. These people that are taking it too far. The arrangement, conviction of the imprisoning of Christmas, January 1646, describes a discussion between town crier and a royalist gentlewoman inquiring after an old Father Christmas who is gone for the hence. Its anonymous author, parliamentarian, presents Father Christmas in a negative light, concentrating on his allegedly popish attributes. For age is hoary-headed man was of great years, and was white as snow, enter the Romish calendar. Time out mind. He is old, he was full and fat, as any dumb doctor of them all. He looked under the consecrated lawn sleeves as big bull beef, but since the Catahoul-like liquor is taken from him, he is much wasted, so that he hath looked very thin and ill of late. But yet some other markets that you may know him by is wanton women dot him after. He helped them to so many new gowns, hats, handkerchiefs, and other fine knacks, of which he hath pack on his back, in which good store of his sorts, besides his fine knacks that got out of their husbands' pockets. For household provisions, for him he got pretenses, servants and scholars many days, and therefore was well beloved by them all, made them merry in bagpipes, fiddles, and musics, gigs and dances and mummings. Exactly, Sarah, exactly. The character Christmas, also called Father Christmas, speaks in pamphlet of 1652, immediately after the English Civil War, published anonymously by the satirical royalist poet John Taylor, The Vindication of Christmas, or his 12 years observation of the times, a front species. Christmas laments in pitiful quadri he has fallen into since he came to this headless country. I was in good hope that so long a misery would have made them glad to bid a Merry Christmas welcome. But welcome or not welcome, I am come. He concludes with a verse, let's dance and sing and make good cheer, for Christmas comes but once a year. That's really cool, Super D. I just looked that up. That's pretty cool. Super D says, I'm not sure what other countries have, so I'm not sure what is special. We usually have local type of gingerbread and chocolate Santa Claus figures. Yeah, Super D. America is like a melting pot of different cultures, and gingerbread men is a big and industrial commercial thing during Christmas here. We like the kids will make, and I did when I was a kid, gingerbread houses. And actually, there's gingerbread men in the cabinet I have over there. And chocolate Santas, we have those here too. Especially Easter, there's chocolate rabbits. So yeah, it's similar to us. And this drink you speak of, I'm gonna butcher it probably. Wassail. We don't have that here, but that's pretty cool. Thanks for sharing that with us. And I looked it up what that is, and it's like some kind of it's a Germanic medieval alcohol drink with spices in it. Or it has medieval origins. Origins. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Over here, people like to drink. I'm sure they do it over there. We drink eggnog. Sarah says, Super D, that sounds lovely. I never had wassail. Alien, can you look it up? Yeah, I looked it up already, like in another window, but I'll look it up here too. Absolutely. All right. We'll look all this up. All right, so we're gonna look up this stuff. So, Sarah, this is the kind of drink he's talking about, the wassail. Yeah, y'all have eggnog too. Awesome. All right, so it looks delicious. Absolutely, I agree. This is something I gotta try. I gotta try that. Bro says it's not really exactly gingerbread. It's called le kuchen. So it has a different Wikipedia page. It's more like an equivalent. It tastes like Christmas and gets you drunk at the same time. Perfect. You get the best of both worlds. Yeah, absolutely. It sounds lovely. All right. Or look up this Wikipedia page. That looks pretty good. Get that right? Yeah, it's kind of like gingerbread. That's pretty cool. Legendary lures from the game. Yeah. If I recall, I think the way you get legendary lures is by upgrading the like keep on doing the fishing in the game, and it gives it to you when you update the levels. Because I think if I recall correctly, that's how I got them. And if that's not it, there must be a place where you buy them, but I don't recall that. You have the best rod. That's good. You have the best rod. Yeah, but just keep leveling up, and it should give you the lures. Or maybe they come from plundered. Okay, the legendary lure is the expensive upgrade from the regular lure that the player can use to catch types of fish, including legendary lures. Okay, okay, a curse zero. Okay, as I'm trying to remember. There's the fisherman guys in the dock, and you level out. You keep leveling up the. You could as you level up the fishing rod. You could buy it from. I believe you could buy it from one of the fish. One, one of the fishermen that's there at the dock. You could buy it from them, if I recall correctly. Because I remember you had to upgrade it to get to that. So yeah, try to see like the fishermen at the dock if you could buy anything from them. Let's rechat. Even more of the food and restaurant. Yep, varies a bit sometimes. Everybody has their favorite manufacturer. Super D, I will be looking into finding cookies and make wassail. I want to know what you think of them once you tried. Facts. Facts. Alright. Oh, this is the gingerbread version of it. Those look very good. I mean, look at these right here. Wow. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's great that you're gonna do that. read a little bit about this cookie. Yes, I agree, Sarah. I hope we find them here. I usually like the more simple looking, perfect with coffee. Okay, Super D, thank you for the suggestion. Yeah, this looks like a sand dollar. That's what it looks like. Like on the beach, you'll find sand dollars. That's what that looks like. Honey sweetened German cakes, molded cookie, molded cookies, a bar cookies, and have become part of Germany's Christmas traditions. They are simple. They're similar to gingerbread. The term the term Leb Kuchen is certain proposed derivations include from Latin flatbread, from the Germanic word Leib, loaf, then the Germanic word Lieb, very sweet. Another likely possibility, it comes from the old term Leb Hungen, rather solid crystallized honey from the hive that cannot be used from much beside from baking. Often associates the name Leben, life, with lib, body, or lib, spicy, favorite food. Kuchen means cake. Now, all right, Zero, you're welcome. Now, my great great grandfather that was from Germany, he had a he had bees and he extracted honey. So that's pretty interesting. That was something I learned about the person from what was known about him. Yeah, he honey. He liked honey, and my grandpa likes honey, and I like honey. It's something that's in the family. Bakers noticed that honey sweetened dough would undergo a natural fermentation process when stored in a cool location for several weeks, creating an air bubbles that would improve the quality of the bread. Le Kuchen was started in November and baked in December after undergoing this fermentation period. Lebkuchen was invented by monks in Franconia, Germany, in the 13th century. Lebkuchen bakers were recorded. you're addicted to honey too. yeah. Shout the honey. Bakers were recorded as early as 1296 and 1395 Nuremberg. The latter, the most famous exporter today of the product known as Nuremberg Lebkuchen. Local history in Nuremberg relates that the Emperor Frederick III held a Reichstag there in 1487. He invented the children of the city to special event where he presented the Lubketchen bearing his printed portrait to almost 4,000 children historically due to the differences in ingredients. Lebkuchen is also known as honey cake, Hong ik ik kuchen. A pepper cake, Honig kuchen, rather. And then there's Prefer kuchen. Another German relative I have, which is my grandpa's mom. Yeah, her last name was Pfister, and that word reminds me of that. Both my grandpa's parents had German ancestry on my mom's side. Wow, and traditionally, the cookies are usually quite large and maybe 11.5 centimeters or 4.5 inches in diameter, if round and large, if regular, unlike other cities where women could bake and sell the holiday cookies at will. In Nuremberg, only members of the Bakers Guild were allowed to bake the cookies. Since 1808, the variety of Nuremberg Lebkuchen made without flour has been called... Oh, okay, Super D, thank you. He said it's a very common name in the mid regions of Germany. Okay. Has been called Elsen Lebkuchen. It is uncertain whether Ellis was a daughter of the gingerbread maker or the wife of the Margrave. Her name is associated with some of the Lebkuchen produced by members of the guild since 1996. Nuremberger Lebkuchen is protected designation of the origin, meaning that it must be produced within the boundaries of the city. Yes, that is true, Sarah. Absolutely. Lebkuchen range in taste from spicy to sweet and come in a variety of shapes, with round being the most common. The ingredients usually include honey spices such as aniseed, cardamom, coriander, cloves, ginger, allspice, nuts, including almonds, hazelnuts, walnuts, and canned fruit. In Germany, types of Lebkuchen are distinguished by the kind of nuts used in their proportions. Their proportions. Salts of hartshorn and potash are often used in raising the dough. Lebkuchen dough is usually placed on the thin wafer base called oblate. This was the idea of monks who used the unveiled communion wafer ingredients to prevent the dough from sticking. Typically, they are glazed or covered with very dark chocolate or a thin sugar coating, but some are left uncoated. Well, we'll look that up, Rebel. Let's see. Alright, so the fruit cake is of European origins, easily traceable to the English plum cake, so it's from England. Filled with dried fruit, candied citrus, dense, heavy, and requiring long baking times. It came to America with the 17th century English colonists. So when they came on the Mayflower Rebel and the other people from England that came here, that's when they brought them here. So shout out to them. That was pretty cool they brought that here. Fruitcake's very good. Usually soft, but a harder type of Lebkuchen is used. Fruitcake is the Kamala Harris of Christmas foods. Is usually soft but harder type of Lebkuchen is pronounced Lebkuch and Hersen. Lebkuchen hearts. Yeah. Yeah, shout out to Anglo-Saxons. Yes. Yeah, if they're responsible, go figures. I like fruitcake. Rebel, I'm thankful for your ancestors. I like fruitcake. This neighbor down the street that was an older man, he used to always give us fruitcakes as a gift. And they're delicious. Sarah said, my dad was a baker and made awesome fruitcake. Not like the store hard, bland kind people always shocked me to. He always made lovely anise cookies. Oh, those are very good. Usually inscribed with icing, which are available in many German regional fairs, Christmas fairs. They are also sold as souvenirs at the Oktoberfest and are inscribed with affectionate, sarcastic, obscene messages. Yeah, it gets a bad rep, but it's very good. Yeah, butter cookies are good too. Oh, the cheaply made one deserves the rap, according to Sarah. Another form of the witch's house, and that has to do with me. Another form is the witch's house, Hexenhassel or Hexenhauschen, made popular because of the tales of Hansel and Gretel, which has to do with yours truly, as I am Hansel. So a Super D is telling me about the cookies that I eat at the witch's house. Absolutely. I remember because in the Super D in the our version of the story they talk about gingerbread, but must have been what they were talking about with Hansel and Gretel. It was this kind of bread because this is what this article's talking about. That's very interesting. The closest German equivalent of the gingerbread man is the Honig Kotchen preferred honey cake horse. Sarah said, German foods are sweets and breads. Well, I'm hungry again. Yes, it would be the perfect Christmas gift for me. Oh, you liked Hansel and Gretel? Oh, yeah, I liked it too. I remember I saw it when I was a kid, and it was based off of me, my name. And also, I saw the different versions of the movie, and I liked the story. My grandma named me. She has some German ancestry too. The Wetzel name. And, my mom had some interesting names for me, but, the Hansel name was the best name I could have ever had. And also it was to give tribute to my grandpa, her husband, and my the German side of my ancestry. Now, related to all the different European countries, of course, from both sides. But it was the tribute to the German part. Yes, absolutely. It warns you of the dangers of a crazy possessive woman. Yes, yes, Super D, absolutely. Yes. The good morals in the story. The German stories, the fairy tales, they have very good morals. It's 35 over there right now. Oh yeah, it's cool up there. It's chilly. The bell peppers finally wilted. Well, I'm glad that you enjoyed the plants while you had them, and you'll grow more. The Nuremberg type of Lebkuchen is also known as. I said that, but I think I said that. I did no. Did I? I don't know. I don't think so, but I'll say it again. Elsin Lebkuchen. It must contain no less than 25% nuts, less than 10% wheat flour. The finest artisan Lebkuchen bakeries in Nuremberg boast close to 40% nut content. Lebkuchen is sometimes packaged in richly decorated tins, chests, and boxes, which have become nostalgia collector items. Rebel ate it. Nice. Nice. Several Swiss regional varieties also exist and have been declared part of the culinary heritage of Switzerland, such as the case with Berner Honig Ib Kuchen. Okay, the name is based on the female name Elise. You might know the Beethoven composition Für Elise. Yes, yes, I know what you're talking about. It's a good, it's a good piece. And also, that's very interesting that they named it after her. And we have this other part of it that says several Swiss regional varieties also exist and have been declared part of the culinary heritage of Switzerland, such as the case with Berner Honiglbib Ketchen. That looks very good. Where I am, it's 58 degrees. And he made tomato sauce. It's jarred up in the pantry. An assortment of glazed dark ones. Yeah, those look so good. Yeah, shout out the German food. German food's very good. Or very tasty, I'll say. Yeah, yeah. Mold used for marzipan or Lebkuchen in 17th and 18th century collection of the Oberhausmuseum. That's pretty cool. That's from a long time ago. Yes, those are delicious. Absolutely. Yes, understood, Sarah. I will resist the temptations to go into the candy house. Oh, that's expensive. Wow. Yeah, Sarah. Wow. The husband showing you sweets on sale. Everybody is gangster until their parents abandoned them in the woods. Yes. Facts. I said I like it. Looks like stuff you'd see in the beaches. Really nice. Yeah, and that's the beverage. Looks very good. Oh, that's good. I saw that one. Yeah, that's a very good movie. I saw it when it was in the movie theater. Yeah, and Super D, I'm glad to know about these things. You know, about all kinds of different cultures, but especially with Germany, I like knowing about it. How the different customs over there. Okay, and I'll certainly try that. It looks like orange juice. It looks like a nice tea or something. Very nice. All right. Okay. Sarah says Rebel ate all his corn stash though. One fresh corn cob is at least $3 to 500 yen. Sometimes goes for sale. It tastes like sweeter wine with Christmas flavor. That sounds enchanting. Yeah, that sounds absolutely enchanting. Indeed. Yes, indeed. Yeah, Sarah, that's expensive. Wow. Things are, very expensive, out there. Yeah, so Rebel, it's good that we're able to grow our different food and stuff. And cuz over there it's very difficult. Yes, Sarah, absolutely. You certainly do. Oh, it's hot. That's really cool. And it warms you up. That sounds like heaven on earth. It sounds like it all has all kinds of perks and benefits to it. That's awesome. Make mine a frosty drink and I'm there. Yeah, right on, Rebel. Yeah, I think it's just so cool that that they have that. You know, and with the cookies, the Germans have really good sausage also. That's funny. It makes visiting Christmas markets at 0 degrees Celsius much more enjoyable. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's very cold. Where I am, the humidity makes it colder than it is, but I don't recall that's very cold, the weather you're speaking of. Yeah, and it gets. The thing is, like, when it gets to that degree here, when it gets 0 Celsius here, Super D, the humidity makes it colder. Because where I am is very humid, and it amplifies the weather either way. Sarah says, our granddaughter is in Nutcracker every winter, and she made marzipan. Alright, that's really cool. Well, I'll look it up, Sarah. Okay, Rebel, Merry Christmas to you, and thank you for staying up with us. Super D, that sounds horrible like hell on earth. Merry Christmas, Rebel. Yeah, that sounds really cringe. Yeah, Sarah, it's okay. We're glad that you're excited. Yeah, Rebel. Sarah, you got it right the first time. Marzipan. It really applies to all mainland China. Yeah, absolutely. You know, Vietnam is very similar weather to what my weather is. And I would say China is close to Vietnam, so they would have the similar weather too. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, Sarah. Yeah. You know, like in my yard, like it looks like a jungle sometimes, like in like the summer and stuff, even right now. And it's like that's what it looks like over there in Asia. Yes, sir. That's something that I could get to be done. Yes. Super D says, I remember always freaking out over the insane amount of bugs when I was in the southern U.S. Super D, I mean, where I am, it's a cockroach paradise. It's like where I am, there's so many cockroaches everywhere. Like not like all over the house, but like you know where I am, the cockroaches are very thriving, and you'll see one here and there. And sometimes I've seen them fly around at night. And there's wasps and bees and all kinds of creatures. There's bugs everywhere. It's all kinds of bugs. So yeah, and they came over from the slave trade. They originated from Africa. Because I assumed it came from there because it just was a strange tropical bug that didn't originate from the Americas, in my opinion, or Europe. Because Europe never talked about roaches. They talked about rats and mice, but they didn't talk about that. I assume they came from some tropical place, and they just spread all over the world because of the transatlantic trade that happened. So yeah, and there's bugs from all over the world that were transported through different trades and shipments, and they just spread all over the world. The different kinds of bugs in general, and they thrive in the southern areas because of the weather. Super D says, I have never seen a living cockroach in my life, except for stores where they are sold as animal food. Hmm. My mom told me I just never noticed them in the hotels on vacation in Mississippi and Florida. All right. Oh, okay, Super D. Well, you're very lucky in that sense because, as I said, it's like one time I was sitting here and one of them was running in a marathon on that wall, was sprinting towards me. In Super Deep, I saw one time that was flying and it flew in slow motion like this, and then it just flipped over and attached itself to the ceiling like a magnet. It was so cool. They're really freaky looking, but it was really neat to look at. Like it just like a magnet. And yeah, I've seen it's something that you'll see here and there in this neck of the woods. Yeah, NOLA does have some bugs. It does. And the weather here is a little different than Germany. And some of my relatives they came down here, and that's I like it here, but it's a little bit different than over there. And some of my German relatives come from Missouri, but the one with the Schmidt name, my grandpa's dad, the one I talk about, he came from he came down here. But my grandpa's mom came from Missouri, the German people. So they're already in a northern place. Yeah, absolutely, Super D. Yeah. And he says that rats are a much bigger problem than bugs in this climate here. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And basically, what happened was, in those regions, the rats are the bigger problem. Like with Nosferatu, Count Orlok, he has his rats with him. But if he was down here, it would have been a bunch of cockroaches in a coffin. That's what it would have been. Sarah, I have to ask. I don't know what part. I'll have to ask. Unfortunately, rats are a bigger problem here. Unfortunately, rats are a much bigger health hazard than bugs. Bugs are more disgust, disgusting and invasive, but less dangerous. Yeah, I agree. Now, roaches do have diseases, but it's like you don't really hear about them causing people diseases, though. Yeah, the rats definitely have a health issue with people, definitely. But Super D, there's rats around here too. There's rats also in my neck of the woods. But yeah, it's unfortunate that the rats cause a health problem over there. Frozen. Yeah. All right. So basically, what I'll be doing now is I'm going to be ending the stream. I did what I was intending to do here. And I really enjoyed this conversation about the different German stuff and the other things we talked about earlier. And I really appreciate y'all's company and the late night special, the people here. All right. And also we have headset died and phone almost going to Great Stream Alien. Well, Merry Christmas to you all and all of y'all lurking and Super D and Sarah. It's so cool to talk to you all from other parts of the world. It's pretty cool. And yeah, Super D and Sarah, Merry Christmas. And the headset and everything's dying. Okay, so y'all have a great day wherever y'all are. Afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it is. And peace.